finally. Oh. But yes, we are back, guys, and I am so happy because I get to play D&D 2 days in a row. This is like being spoiled.
I just got back from vacation not even a couple days ago, and I already miss it.
I mean, I've kind of been on a vacation and kind of not. Uh, what's not being able to leave your house for 2 months?
Hikikomori.
Those are some rookie numbers.
Yeah. All depends really on what happens.
Fair. But yes, soon my time will be limited as I have to return to work, so I'm going to enjoy this as much as possible. Because soon, every other Saturday, I will also have to pull a 5-hour shift before doing this.
Gross.
I know.
Oof. That's a big oof.
At least it's only 5 hours and not, 10 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at that point, they literally couldn't because I'd be working I'd be working 50 hours a week, and most retailers don't want to do overtime. So, yeah.
Fuck, right now we're actually getting a surprising lack of overtime. Because normally about this time I'm usually working 60, 70 hours, and I hate life.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Hey, I'm not getting overtime right now. I'm not complaining.
True, true.
That being said, how about we just go around the horn and start letting people know where they can find us? CG, why don't you go first?
Hello, I am the CG. You can find me nowhere because I don't much care for social media, but you can find me on various Good Beans D&D channels, such as twitch.tv/fartingtart, where we are doing our War of the Shattered Sun long-form campaign. We have finally exited evil future mirror universe, and we have so much information and so much shit to do. I am looking forward to next session deeply. You can also find me every other Tuesday on that channel for Rascals and Ravnica, our Ravnica game. Almost said Strixhaven. However, we will be taking a break for that a little bit. Now, we normally would have a couple days left until the end of the month, which is fine. We'd have like one more session, but something had to be missed. That's okay. However, coming this December is a tradition I like to do with this group, even before I passed the reins of DM to someone else, and that is Festive Fantasy, a Final Fantasy inspired D&D mini campaign. We are going to be continuing again this year, and we will be starting December 5th. Tune in, because if for no other, I hope you would tune in because you like us, but if you'd like another reason, our party is level 20 this time around. You think you're the one with power here.
Good fucking luck, my dude. Good fucking luck.
Yes, that is it for me. I'll pass it over to Bobberton.
Greetings and salutations, friends. I am Shadowdancer Bob. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube as Shadowdancer Bob. We've got a lot of stuff going on. I've started streaming a lot more. I've even started putting stuff up on the YouTubes. This past week, I have joined the Wizard Sibs Play universe, whereas I have begun playing Culineer as Indare last Sunday. The VOD is up on YouTube if you want to see it. Additionally, Thursdays we've got Boulder's Gate with the Murder Cave. There's a lot of things going on. We have broken so many things. We have stopped stealing from merchants, and we have started stealing merchants. That's right. We just fucking steal the entire merchant now. Ha! Mondays we've got D&D over on Lenny Pator's channel. Occasionally on Wednesday, you can find me playing either my handsomely devilish Silver Devil or the mad scientist Gabby. Saturdays you can find me here. that's about it. Willie, where can people find you?
Hello, when I'm not dying, you can find me on Mondays at twitch.tv/xwiley, as well as on that previously mentioned Ravnaggy game and Festive Fantasy. On Thursdays bi-weekly, I play Zelda Randomizers with Helixux on his channel, and I have a Ko-Fi at Wiley Willy and YouTube. Krista, where can we find you?
Hello, 'tis I, Spoiled Chestnut, also known as Krista. You can't find me. That's it. You just can't. I'm invisible. Goodbye. I don't know what to tell you. No. You can find me here every other Saturday, and sometimes as the disembodied voice in the background in J Frost streams. That's basically it. I don't stream anymore. I have a I train dogs for a living. That's what I do. So I'm busy with that. I don't have time to be, hip with the kids and the streamings and yeah. So I will pass it on to my husbando, J Frost.
Howdy, everybody. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, JFrost747. Streams are currently going to be very limited, so to speak, until I can actually get some shit sorted out. But you can find me over on Good Beans channels like twitch.tv/fartingtart every Sunday for our aforementioned War of the Shattered Sun campaign, Tuesdays for our Rascals and Ravnica, or every other Tuesday, and here every other Saturday for our lovely Saved by the Spell campaign. Shit is fun. Also, beware of pissing off somebody who knows power word kill. It's not fun. Actually, it kind of is. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, you got that too?
Oh yeah, no, it's fun.
This man has somehow developed a joy in watching his characters die, and I don't think it's healthy.
No, it's not.
Look, you gotta make peace that one day one of your characters might bite the dust. And you know what? That just means I could bring in something potentially worse. You never know.
Honey, no.
What? Maybe I can one day play Artificer. No, I'm banned from playing Artificer. But that's enough on my end. On.
Well, before I can do myself, I also have to tell you you can find our good friend who may join us later, but is also entertaining guest, Zymocyte. You can find them over on twitch.tv/Zymocyte, as well as at Instagram at Zyminus and Zymocyte on the Blue Sky. So please be sure to give them a follow. They've been doing a whole lot of stuff, doing some horror games, as well as fighting games, and busting out, I want to say it was working through the Onimusha storyline, but I can't remember if that is exactly the game that they are working on. But
I believe it is Onimusha, yes.
Thank you. That being said, you've already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. You can find me on YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, and Patreon at Burnout Vaughn or Burnout's Bar, where, oh boy, we got stuff coming up because coming up Monday, we should return to a very, very friendly neighborhood that is totally not a Resident Evil clone. It's definitely not just Raccoon City on a sound set. Oh, I love my friendly neighborhood. Such a fun game. Highly recommend. But always play with somebody who has no idea what the actual heck is going on until you get to the first, turnaround. We're having a lot of fun with that with Wizard Sips Plays. Aside from that, Fridays, we are ramping up with our own Ravnica game, Districtly Professional, where, oh boy, we are now just creating a multi-guild dragnet to find whoever robbed me. And it is becoming interesting, because at this point, I was not prepared for Saris to give my little anxiety child Game of Thrones and him to suddenly become who's the bald guy? I forget his name. Yeah. I always just know that he was dressed like a monk every time you'd see him. But aside from that, we've also got next week, we returned with some more No Love War Extra with Zako Duo as we jump in and try to go a single stream without someone being cut in half. How have we had almost 11 episodes of that? And every time, some people come back for it more than once. Oh. But aside from that, I think it's now time for us to listen to the theme song created by our good friend one X Wiley Willie as we get ready to get into the game. And lo, have I returned.
Congratulations, everybody's muted.
I noticed.
Where?
I figured something happened, so I was just like, okay, no, this is fine.
No, we were being polite for once.
Oh, well, that's fine. I am so used to that for every other. I'm so used to that for every other like game I run. It's just because it's much easier because I have to do everything off desktop audio, which apparently Discord it can only be run through.
That's funny.
Yeah. That being said, J Frost, if you would be so kind, please take us away.
Alrighty. Let us play some music. I've been keeping up with this, and I'm feeling good from vacation. Who would like to do a rundown of last session? You will get inspiration if you can get it.
All right, I guess I'll do it.
Well,
I was
we
about
can
to
tag
say-
team this. It's all right.
I was
Okay.
about to say, well, fuck me, I
You
guess.
start the first half. I remember the end better.
Okay, so we literally started last session being attacked by a giant octopus. Not to be confused with a kraken. We are not crazy. We definitely had a fight we could win, but it was definitely a hell of a fight as we had to make our resident artificer go super fast with the zoomies as well as turn him into a kaiju to fight this thing, while the rest of us dealt with all of the tentacles, which is never something you want to say in a conversation. Aside from that, though, in a combination of multiple of us working together, we were able to basically outright kill this thing, or at least weaken it enough so that way then the other thing that was tracking us and getting very closer was a blue dragon could swoop in and take that for food. And then welcome us.
It talked to us. It said things to us that only some of us could understand because not everybody speaks Draconic.
Yep.
Something about a feast and inviting us to shit, I forgot the name of the place we're at. Calimport? Yeah. Inviting us for a feast back at Calimport, even though we didn't fucking understand what it said. So we arrive, and instead of going to the dig site right away, or even the hotel, quote unquote, that we would be staying at, no. Instead, immediately our teacher gets flustered because the fucking Sultan's head honcho says, "Hey, you guys got to come to the palace right now for a feast." And no one really understood what was going on. So all of us are making our way to the palace for a feast, apparently. I think that's where we left off.
Oh, and also everyone now knows about Perdix.
Yes.
They have varying degrees of okay with.
Correct.
Some are like, okay, and others are, okay.
Almost everyone.
Yeah, Belky
No,
is
it's
not
true.
pleased with Perdix at all.
But yeah. Alright. I will say. You both got it. So, tell you what. Because it was a half-half split, I'll give you both a free D10 to roll.
Okay.
Yay!
Just make sure you mark that down in your notes. Free D10. So, allow me to switch the musics. We set the scene back within the Sultan's palace, where your entire class, your teachers, have been escorted in by the Prime Minister and a few of the Royal Guard. You've all been walked into this beautiful throne room, where sitting atop a staircased leveling upon a throne of golden ivory is the aforementioned Sultan of Kalim's port, of the entirety of Kalim, Sultan Khalid Anshar. He begins to step down from his throne, walking equal parts of confidence, equal parts of power, but also a bit of calm. And as he makes his way down, he begins to just clap his hands together and go, "My dear friends, welcome to the land of Kalimshan. Please, allow me to get things set up for you. If you would be so kind." And you watch as he kind of motions towards a few servants who have made their way. They begin to kind of walk up, and you notice that these servants have some parchments and quills. They go up to each student, they go up to the teachers, and they begin asking you questions. Basically, first and foremost, do you have any allergies to any foods? Are you allergic to any spices? Is there any drink that does not sit with you? Basically, they're trying to get your preferred tastings as well as making sure that you're not going to eat something that could cause you to have, a sickness or, potentially you're something allergic to that would make you choke up. And eventually, to each of you, the servants kind of go, "Greetings. Is there anything upon the menu that you would not partake of? Something that would not agree with you?" You are all free to say if there's any food or drink that you do not wish to partake in.
Fish and eggs.
They nod politely to you, Salas.
Oh, I'm fine.
Hmm?
Oh, Daedalus will pop up from under Goldblum's collar and just pop up. I'm fine, and he'll just wave.
Of course, young sir.
Definitely remembered that he was still like koala-ing.
And I'll try anything that you guys have to offer. Sounds great.
At once, lady. They look to you, Ender. And to you, sir?
Indare at this point is dressed, just for the note of the party, Indare at this point is dressed a lot differently than many of you last saw him. He is dressed in he is dressed in very fine clothing of reds and golds and blacks. Almost like he took the moment and was prepared for a situation like this. And I'm going to go ahead and post in the call text kind of sort of what he's wearing.
Ooh,
But
we actually have some reference.
Oh, for fuck's sake, it's that guy! I love that game, by the way. That is a
Oh, yeah.
fantastic game.
Oh yeah, I love it. But And Dare would shake his head. Oh, absolutely not. Anything that the Sultan would deem, that our honorable host would deem to attempt to show us, I would adore to be able to try.
They nod. Thank you, sir. And they immediately begin to walk. And you notice that after about a minute or two, they basically go up to the Prime Minister and they let him read through all the notes. And the Prime Minister just looks to the Sultan. The Sultan nods, and the servants are immediately dismissed. And with that, the Sultan turns and goes, "All right, my dear friends. Now that I have this information, we shall prepare the feast. If you would please," and he motions to the Prime Minister, "follow my dear friend. If I'll escort you down into the feasting halls. I am once again grateful that the illustrious Strixhaven has chosen to continue its studies within the realms of Kalimsha. As for me, I must depart for a small bit." And he kind of just graciously bows to you all. And he turns. And as he begins to walk away, you all will notice at least 80% of the guards in this room begin to walk away with the Sultan. And within that, I would say, within this room, at least it was filled with about 20 of these royal guards. And so about 18 of them are leaving with him, while the last two start to escort the Sultan's Prime Minister, and you all are as well escorted. If any of you would like, you may roll a perception check, just to get a little bit more of a look around within the throne room.
24 for me.
16.
Alright.
21 for Salas.
16.
We'll start with
11.
a low, work
What's
our way
that?
up. Goldbloom. Pretty spacious. It's nice. And Dare and Daedalus. You'll notice that the room itself is quite well adjusted. It's marble flooring, the mosaics exquisite, and water seemingly is protruding from behind the throne, kind of coming down onto the kind of this curvature of the steps. Salas and Belky, as you have the higher, you will notice that the throne, while made of ivory and gold, up top there's actually this more kind of bronzish and green metal form. Kind of like this. It's seemingly built. I would say both of you, if you would like, roll me a nature.
15? Oh, shit.
Salas with a double nat 20. Belky, it's definitely metal of some kind. Maybe it's bronze working, maybe it's jade? Salas. That is copper. That's pure copper right there. Which is an interesting kind of adornment and seems a little out of place, considering it's on gold and ivory. Do with that information as you will.
What's the design of it?
it seems to just be fashioned into kind of an orb.
Just randomly an orb.
Yeah, basically, right, just a little bit above where the Sultan's head would be. There's this kind of metallic orb, kind of in the clutch of what seemingly is like basically the ivory and gold clutching it.
Hmm.
But you all are escorted out of the throne room. The Prime Minister kind of just begins having a nice little chat with the teachers, explaining customs, practices, and so forth, just to make sure that things are kept. But you guys are led down a couple corridors and hallways, and down a flight of stairs. The palace itself is quite opulent as you walk by many statues depicting kind of this equal parts of what can only be described as historic figures within the city. No doubt of the entire country's history. Suits of armor made from steel, some bronze. At one point, you come across a set of armor that's encased within glass that is this beautiful blue metal. But eventually, you are all led into a dining room. The dining room itself is vast and expansive. It's a feasting hall, practically. The chairs made of cypress wood. The table clothed within a beautiful red linen, intertwined with white and gold. You all are brought to the table and are able to take your seats. Is there any particular sitting order you all would like to be in?
Well, I assume I'll be sitting next to Goldblum no matter what, considering I was on his back until we sat down.
Okay, so let me just write that down.
Felt like you would want to get closer to the Sultan.
Okay.
Salas isn't picky. He can go wherever.
And there?
I don't think Indare would be particularly picky. He'd be more concerned about being a good guest.
Okay, so I'll say... Alright. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to say for this, the order will basically be Belky closest, Goldblum next to her, Daedalus next to Goldblum, Iapetus, Salus, and Indare as the seating arrangement, if that is alright with you all.
Sure.
Works for me.
Okay.
Acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
You all are sat down, and as you all immediately are sat, some servants come out and begin to pour your field trip group fresh, cold water. And a small jar is brought in. A pair of tongs reaches in, and at least 2 to 3 ice cubes are dropped into each of your glasses.
Mighty fine of you.
They bow in acknowledgement for your knowledge. And as they begin walking, Professor Flametongue kind of looks to you all and goes, All right, children. The gracious Sultan has decided to allow us to enjoy a nice feast with him. We will not be staying too long. Once the feast is concluded, we will all be checking into a hotel, at least within the city, for the night. And by morning, we will begin our trek into the desert to get to the dig site. So, everyone, please be on your best behaviors.
Nod of acknowledgement from Salus.
Bilky just smirks.
Daedalus also gives a nod of acknowledgement. You'll also notice that he is sitting much straighter, and he has not said a word since sitting down.
Casual thumbs up.
And Dare simply gives a knowing smile.
All right. I will say it takes about 5 to 10 minutes before inevitably you all start to see these armed guards walking back into the banquet hall. And eventually the Sultan himself comes out. He takes his seat at the head of the table. Belky, he's about 6 bodies away from you.
Okay.
The Prime Minister sits on his right side.
Okay.
Frost, given what we've observed, does anybody do anything from what we've observed from the previous room to now? Does anybody do anything specific when the Sultan enters a room? Like, do they stand? Do they acknowledge? Do they bow? Or anything like that when this man enters the room?
The servants bow. The guards, however, do not. The Prime Minister himself is actually also one of the few people who do not bow. It seems to be that those on the lower of the social ladder kind of give reverence to the Sultan.
Mm-hmm.
But as he takes his seat, he looks to you all and goes, I welcome you, Strixhaven, to my home. I hope that tonight's feast will be quite well and sit well within your stomachs. As you can see, you are all being provided some of the freshest water that this nation has to offer, including ice that is harvested straight from the mountains of the marching. This is some of the coldest ice you will ever taste upon your lips. Come! And he claps twice. Bring out the appetizers. And you watch as servants come out. And set before each of you is bowls of lentil soups, salads. One salad being lettuce, tomato, cucumber, pita chips, onion, parsley, dry mint, lemon juice, olive oil, and sumac. As well as another salad of tomato, lettuce, cucumber, green pepper, radish, lemon, and olive oil. Hummus is presented. A bowl of what appears to be roasted eggplant, tahini, garlic, and lemon sauce. A bit of grapevine leaves filled with rice, tomatoes, parsley, cooked in olive oil. A cheese sampler from Bulgari, Kashkawan, and halloumi.
This is a bad time to have almonds in front of me.
Yeah, I was about to say to chat, the first rule of Saved by a Spell, don't come here hungry.
Seriously, do not come here hungry, you are going to basically hate me. But the food itself it looks immaculately well prepared. Like, this definitely was made with the intent of impressing.
Here's an important question. What are we looking at in the way of cutlery / tableware or everything? Because different cultures have different ways of eating, so just want to make sure that no faux pas are made.
The cutlery is seemingly kind of a standardized, like fork, spoon, knife, a salad fork. There was a few requests by some of these students. You will notice that there's some chopsticks. There's some that have kind of this, kind of like a spork presented to some. Some would have kind of like this lentil sipping spoon, like you would see for miso soup.
Well then, Daedalus will reach inside his little scholar's uniform, pull out a handkerchief. He will He will do the whole thing of flipping it out, laying it across his lap, daintily taking the salad fork, and then reaching over to the salad in front of him and eating very well. First of all, red flag. Daedalus is eating with both hands. He never does that.
I will say this, Daedalus.
Mm-hmm.
As you take the bite of the salad, a feeling of elation kind of fills you as the mixture of the vegetables kind of tantalize your tongue. It's rich, but not overwhelmingly rich. It's, to put it bluntly, this is a concoction that appeals to your gastronomy.
Sal's will probably be. He won't be like. He'll just be eating normally. He's not going to make any changes or anything, but he's going to town on that charcuterie board.
Mm-hmm. Understandable. I will say, for any of you that wish to partake within your food, you may do so, and understand that it's quite excellent. And this is just the appetizer.
Is there, by any chance, can I make some kind of a check to, while I'm enjoying to study the food, to glean information into it, into the preparation method, so on and so forth?
I can allow this actually, if you would like. What would be a good thing to be able to roll for you?
I mean, I'd love if you let me roll cook's utensils, but intelligence might suffice.
Tell you what. Let me see. I think I have something for you. I would say I would let you roll with the cooking utensils, but it'll be a flat. Just for this. Just
Since I'm not using my spice, indeed. 17.
Alright, a 17. And Dare, you take a bite. You actually take a spoonful of this kind of creamy white substance that happens to have a nice little bit of what appears to be garnish within. You taste a yogurt mixture with garlic and mint. And you decide, and you try pairing it with a bit of some of the pita bread and naan bread that is offered to you. It's delightful, especially with the naan.
Very nice. is there any particular whenever it comes to our host, is there any kind of combinations that the prime minister or the sultan himself are trying, looking to the more native palates and the native consumption techniques?
I would say for the prime, you see the prime minister is actually partaking more into the food. He's basically chowing down on what appears to be this kind of a combination of what appears to be pickled baby eggplant stuffed with some what appears to be walnuts, spices, and garlic, and sipping quite eagerly from the water. Whereas the Sultan himself lifts up a chalice that he stirs with this tiny kind of miniature spoon and partakes of. And as he sets the chalice down, you could see a little bit of steam coming off of the chalice. The drink is not water. It looks to be more of a warm beverage.
Mm-hmm. I assume that the water presented is like a show of luxury, given how rare water is, especially in the desert, and ice on top of that as well.
That's the thing. I will give this to you all. As you entered the city and everything else, you would notice that the city has an abundance of water. More like actual drinking water, not just water of the coast. There is an actual river that even flows through the city. Wherever this is coming from, it is clear as crystal.
Mm-hmm.
And it is cool to the touch. As almost as if the desert heat can't affect it.
Which means it's, in my mind, it's either being stored properly, or it's coming from deep underground, or it's magical in some way.
It could be any of the three. Eventually, the appetizer is done, and of course, the Sultan goes, "Ah, the appetizer is complete. Let us enjoy the main course. I have 2 courses that shall come forth. The first shall be of your pick. The plates shall be passed around. Feel free to take as much as you wish." And with another double clap, the servants come back out. You see them carrying plates of marinated half chicken served with garlic, marinated chicken skewers with lemon, garlic, and olive oil, roasted slices of lamb, tender cubes of seasoned lamb, slices of roast marinated beef, minced beef and lamb with parsley, onion, fresh spices. You see steak, you see fish, you see skewers, you see kebab. There's some vegetarian options as well. There's prawns, there's salmon.
I guess the
And-
octopus went bad in a day.
Well, that's the thing. You don't see the octopus, but he did mention there would be 2 courses.
Mm.
Eventually, the servants come by to each and every one of you, and they encourage you to take as much of any of the food from their serving trays as you wish.
Deus will probably just take one plate of the salmon.
All right.
Ooh, kebabs.
Okay. Goblin?
I'll partake.
All right.
Be hungry.
And there.
He'd try a little bit of everything.
Okay. Belky.
You know Belky's gonna eat it.
Okay. Food is served. You all partake. It's excellent. It's filling, but not too filling where you feel stuffed. Another 20 so minutes pass by as you all partake. The Sultan himself seemingly really enjoying the steak and the lamb, especially the lamb. The Prime Minister partaking more into the fish. But inevitably, as you all finish your course, the Sultan goes, and now for the main course, or the true main course. I present to you all a mighty gift. A feast of octopus. Calamari in some cultures. And eventually the servants return with trays of tentacles cooked. They set each in front of you.
Does this look familiar? Considering we did have, we had some calamari on the ship after the fight.
I mean, yes, it would look familiar in the sense of it's pretty big size portions of what appear to be tentacles that have been cooked. But the difference being that there's kind of weird exotic spices mixed in, bits of vegetable medley, and and kind of these small cups of sauce that can be either used by individuals to cut pieces of the octopus off and dipped in, or to be drizzled on. And the Sultan is quite eagerly partaking, as well as the Prime Minister.
Belhy is gonna glance over at the Sultan at seeing this giant calamari that looks familiar because it's way too big to be, you know, normal octopus. This is astounding. I didn't know that you'd been able to catch something like this. We fought something very similar to this when we were out at sea.
As the Sultan wholly gulps down a piece, he smiles to you, Belky, and he goes, "Ah, the sea provides many a treasure. The food that you can find deep within those waters is quite magnificent. Many of our fishermen bring in quite a great haul, but it is those that are able to bring in the bigger ones. That is where the true taste comes in."
There's something that was even more magnificent than the octopus that we saw. I don't know if you'd believe this, but the giant blue dragon landed on our ship and, well, it took the carcass away. And she starts to smile in a knowing sort of way.
A blue dragon, you say?
Hmm.
The Sultan looks to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister goes, "It is not unheard of. The land is massive. There is quite bits of room for draconic movement. We are upon the coasts. Of course. But the dragons do not harm us." And the Sultan kind of just lifts up his chalice and he goes, "To feel the wind as you soar high. Such an astounding feeling." And he kind of just sips from the chalice.
Can I insight the Sultan?
Same.
Feel free.
Ha!
Oh.
Well, that
No.
sucks.
Damn!
No one can roll for insight.
Screw.
That's a 3, a 7, a 4, an
Well-
11, and an 18 that might actually do something.
1 second, I was gonna say I'm gonna use my my D10 because I'm gonna forget by the next time we play, so I might as well.
Feel free to roll the d10 because Jesus Christ.
Honestly, yeah, same. Fuck!
Oh, you're killing me, guys.
No, roll 20's killing us.
I mean, not yet.
Well, so much for that. I got a 6. No,
And
I got
there,
9, rather. 9.
You don't have sex.
What?
Huh?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were making a joke.
No, I thought it was. I misremembered what I was looking at the dice roll, which is a 4 before you add the bonuses, so I thought it was 6, but no, I got a 9.
Oh, God.
Of course he doesn't. Endare's ace.
Yep.
I will say this. Endare, Belky, Daedalus, and Goldblum. This man just... He seems to just be, like, enjoying the opulence of his feast. Salus... This man's speaking in whimsy. Almost as if he himself has experienced the rush of what the sky could offer.
Uh-huh. Just gonna tuck that little nugget away.
Inevitably, the food is consumed. The Sultan, with another tap of his hands, proceeds to call upon a dessert platter to be brought to everyone. Eventually, you all are given dessert. Some desserts are layered pastries with almonds, pistachios, and pine nuts. Another is warm granulated pastry with melted cheese and syrup. Some are these elegantly displayed kind of candies. Some warm, small pastry with little bits of nuts in them. Chocolates are served. But the most impressive dessert of all is this bowl of ice cream basically being served to you all. And inevitably, the Sultan just takes a small little miniature handheld cake and begins to eat from it. And goes, "Oh, this is excellent. Servants." "Yes, great lord. My compliments to the chef. Truly, they have outdone themselves this time. Please, if you would do me a favor." "Yes, lord." "Go. Take every and all remaining bits." "Prime Minister." "Yes, my lord." "My dear friend, I would request that the chefs have all foods that they have prepared for the feast given to the entirety of the kingdom. Let them celebrate tonight. I am in generous mood. At once, sire." And he bows his head. Inevitably, you all finish your desserts, and the Sultan begins to stand up and goes, "My friends, feel free to stay the night. You all will be given lodgings within the inn. I will offer you all a free night's stay within each of the motels and the hotels and tavern inns that you wish to stay within. And he bows to you all and goes, for your continued work towards revitalizing the histories of my beloved Kalimshab.
When the Sultan bows, Indare gives the same bow that he gave the dragon.
The Sultan will smile politely.
That's
And
best say Daedalus would also bow, if only just out of the gesture, because that's basically been this entire feast.
yeah,
Yeah, this guy is literally a sultan. Belky will also, give a deferent bow.
You see monkey do.
Yeah.
Same though.
yeah.
Though, when he stands up, Belky will address him again. You've been so generous to us. I would like to try to repay you, at least in some small part. Would it be all right if my friends and I play a song for you?
There is no need for repayment, but if you wish to pursue a song, who am I to? I cannot resist the good song. Come. He claps his hand twice, and he looks to the guards, and his prime minister, and he goes, we shall make our way to the outdoor gardens.
My usual instrument is also something of a weapon, so I didn't bring it with me for obvious reasons. Far be it from me to have any sort of appearance that I would intrude upon your home brandishing anything resembling a blade. Would you have any stringed instruments like a bass or a sitar or something like that I might use? And my friend here, and she gestures to Goldblum, he's a wizard on the drums.
I have no problem. We have plenty of instruments. Normally I would have my muses play for me, but my muses currently are indisposed as of right now. Unfortunately, sickness has overcome them.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, it is fine. They will recover. I have faith in them. Please, come. And he kind of just motions for everyone to follow him into this outdoor garden patio that's basically set next to the dining hall. You all are led into this foyer outside. There's plenty of beautiful plants, exotic flowers, a fountain that is just spewing water. And eventually you're led to a small kind of outdoor style amphitheater where, as you all are taking your seats, Belky, one of the servants directs you and Goldblum to come to the stage as the Sultan kind of goes and takes a seat upon an outdoor amphitheater-based throne. The Prime Minister is sitting on a not equal, but a smaller throne. But the guards surround the amphitheater, and eventually a servant brings a sitar to you. Goldblum, you are given kind of these... I wouldn't say magnificent, but these well-designed drums. They seemingly are just a simplistic bass line. Just the drums themselves. There's very limited cymbals that they have to offer, but they offered them to you nonetheless.
Hey,
Awesome.
Hey, Frost.
Yes.
Indare is in a moment while they're on the move. Indare is going to approach one of the guards and speak quietly to them. I will private message you what he is talking to this guard with.
Of course.
By all means, please continue the scene while I type this up.
But
No worries. Yeah, so Belky will make sure that the sitar is in tune for her kind of songs. And look over at Goldblum. You ready, big guy? You remember what we went over before?
He nods.
Awesome. And it just strums it on the sitar and grins over towards to Goldblum. And I'd like to give Goldblum Bardic Inspiration.
ooh, bardic inspiration. All right. I believe yours is a D6. Correct.
One second. Where
I
is my
believe
Bardic
bardic inspiration
Inspiration?
start off as a D6, then move to a D8, D10, D12. Yes.
Yeah. So I am level 5 bard, so
D8.
A
Oh,
D8.
D8.
mm-hmm. And as Belky is going to play, she is going to cast Minor Illusion while she's dancing, so that it looks like flames are following her footsteps. Like when she steps, she leaves flames, and
Oh no.
it starts to swirl around her, and like when she strums the sitar, it's like the strings are catching fire and just coming off and with embers and such, to just give it a better show.
I will say this. Belky and Goldblum, roll me performances.
With advantage?
Just general.
Fuck.
I cast Enhance ability on Belky.
Oh, no.
Give them advantage.
You guys
Okay.
remember we're in a place where we're not supposed to use magic?
Too bad.
I will have to say this, Goldblum. You're going to cast that. I need you to roll me an Arcana check first.
Mm. 11.
11.
You can feel a tide of energy kind of fighting against you. But it does allow you. You feel pressure, but not too much pressure.
I got a 14 for performance.
Goldblum, you do have yours, and you do have Bardic Inspiration.
Sure, I'll spend the Bardic. Just in case it was a D8.
Correct.
17 total.
Alright.
Hour-long drum solo.
Your performances combined.
Mm-hmm.
The performance is quite lovely. It's not bad. It's very well performed. Belky,
Mm-hmm.
what's your passive perception?
16.
I will say this. As you minor illusion the flames,
Mm-hmm.
with your passive, you'll notice a few of the guards kind of twitching and gripping
Huh.
their weapons a little bit tighter. But more importantly, you see the Sultan focusing on you. There isn't kind of a more stoic face.
Belky's all smiles and trying to be a bit flirty, considering. She can't help it. The fucking Sultan's hot.
Well, give me a second, because I'm gonna have to say, you know what? 1 second. I need to roll something. Considering his stature. Where is my dice? Alright. He's gonna get this dice. Does have a good stat on that, so. Oh yeah, that's definitely going to.
What was that?
Belky, you smile and flirt. He keeps a very calm, collected facade,
Mm-hmm.
staring at you. There's not a hint of. You can't really see his mouth. It's kind
Damn,
of
rough
hidden
crowd.
It's kind of hidden behind his hand as he's
Yeah.
focusing on you. The performance plays on. How many songs are you going to be playing? Just 1, 2, 3?
However many he feels interested in listening to, really.
I'll let him take 3. While this is going on, and Dare,
Mm-hmm.
I have read you a message.
Simply an offer. If they don't want it, that's perfectly fine. But given the graciousness of the Sultan, he had to at least make an offer, and he wanted to go about it in a proper way instead of just making a scene of it.
The guard will request that you hand 2 pieces over.
And he will promptly give it to the guard so that it may be looked at by the proper forces, the proper people, before it is used.
You will see that this guard takes the they take this your offering, the 2 pieces, and they go over. One leans down to the Sultan and whispers in his ear. The Sultan nods his head, and a servant comes forward, kind of hidden, and takes 1 piece and begins to partake of it.
Oh shit, they used a live human test for this shit, okay?
Correct.
And Dare stands at attention as he watches and shows the utmost confidence to the Sultan. He does not break eye contact.
The Sultan watches the servant. At least one eye is being kept on the servant, the other on the performance.
He's all cross-eyed. Shit.
More so, he's keeping the servant within eyesight of the performance. And eventually, as the servant kind of bows to him and whispers in his ear, the Sultan will take the offering piece, and he will partake of it as the performance goes on.
Okay. Used a servant to make sure. Now he's testing it for himself to make sure that it's okay with someone of his fortitude. I get you.
Correct. I will give you a heads up, though.
Mm-hmm.
And dare. Unless you were to get a natural 20, you will not be able to break this man's facade with an insight roll.
That sounds like a. You know what? Let's try this.
All right. Roll
At
an
the
insight.
very least, I'm curious. 6. Hey, he's just trying to be helpful.
I see
Endare's.
you got nice numbers.
I did. I got the Endare numbers.
Yes, you did.
Endare is simply trying to be a gracious guest.
With that insight roll, you cannot glean any information. He merely just partakes what seems to be 2 to 3 minutes, and then he swallows. And he just nods. The guard will return to you and whisper in your ear behind his helmeted plate. The Sultan thanks you for this offering. He has received it well.
Then Endare will, if he finds it deeming, if he finds it worthy, he will produce more for use at the Sultan's discretion.
The guard will nod, and he will have a servant take the offerings and walk.
He makes sure that it's very clear that he's pulling it from the same pouch that he took the previous pieces from, and that they look exactly the same as that they look exactly the same as the previous offering, so that there was no like sleight of hand or anything like that. He's trying to be very transparent. But he will
Alrighty.
hand the offering over to the guard. He gives a little nod. He gives a bit of a bow to the Sultan, and he returns back to what he was doing without saying anything to the rest of the party.
Alright. Eventually, the performance comes to a close. And as it comes to a close, the Sultan stands up and begins to applaud. The Prime Minister as well. Your fellow classmates, the servants, and the guards, they don't clap, but they kind of tap their halberds in approval. The Sultan will walk up to the stage and go, "A lovely performance, my dear. And to you, my good sir."
Belky will bow very deeply.
I am pleased to see that the arts of music are kept well within Strixhaven. Never lose that touch.
Certainly not.
And he nods. Come, my friends. It is getting late. You are all free to partake within the innermost of the hotels offered to you. And the Sultan will look towards his guards. Come, you shall escort me as I escort our guests. We shall bring them to the palisade. And as you all are getting up and escorted, the Prime Minister will actually walk over to the Sultan, lean into his ear, and begin whispering. The Sultan, kind of still with a stoic face, nods and goes, "At once. Go, you have my blessing." And the Prime Minister bows deeply and begins walking away, heading back into the palace. Whereas the Sultan just
Mhm.
merely walks alongside your groups, your entire class.
Mhm.
You will notice, however, actually, if anyone would like, may all make a perception roll.
I like perceiving.
19.
Okay.
Not one. Indare doesn't care.
Yeah.
Indare doesn't notice anything. He's too in his own head. If what he just did was a cultural faux pas or not.
11.
I got a 27.
Oh shit.
And there's hundreds of thoughts going through your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Daedalus, you're more just keeping to yourself, like, Same with you, Goldblum.
Well,
you're kind of keeping eyes out.
Well, it's more of everyone would also notice this is the longest you've ever been with Daedalus where he is conscious and not spoken.
Correct.
He
You're
is
kind of imitating Goldblum here.
well, Goldblum with better posture. Like you have not seen him put a hair out of place since you entered. Oh.
Because you both rolled the same number, I'm now imagining you both looking in the opposite directions, like you're on his shoulder and you're just looking at the other different sides of the room to compensate.
Well, no, another red flag. Daedalus is walking next to Goldblum.
Yes. Belky, with a 19, you'll notice that half of the contingency of guards has been sent away
Oh.
to be with the Prime Minister. The other half still remain with the Sultan. Salis, you'll note it with your perception, you will notice movement from the rooftops of the palace. What appears to be at least 2 figures moving up high, keeping as low to the palisade as they can.
He's gonna make another mental note on this. With my perception, does it look like... How do I put this? Does it seem like they are guards shadowing our... I guess it would be too much to guess intent from a perception check.
Well, I would say because you have a high perception like that roll, I will say that they do not seem to be armored in the sense of metal armor, like guard armor.
Mm-hmm.
You will see, however, they seem to be dark leather and cloak clad.
Mm-hmm. That's either very good and smart or very bad.
Considering the time of day, it seems as if the 2 individuals up on the rooftops are getting ready to have much better coverage of the night.
Mm-hmm. So, at this, there's a couple guards with us along with the Sultan, right?
Correct.
It's possible for Salis to just kind of grab one aside.
By all means, you may pull one of the guards off to the side.
Excuse me there. I got a real quick question.
What is your question?
There's a couple of individuals on the rooftop. Is that normally part of the Sultan's entourage?
He looks up. Let me roll for him. Oh, damn good roll. Not a nat 20, but definitely good. I'll look up. Ah, I see. 2 of them. He looks to the other guards, and you hear him murmur. Salus, do you speak Draconic?
Yes.
You hear him murmur the word. For those of you that don't speak Draconic, you would hear Alcatala. For you, you hear the word assassins.
Ah. So not part of the entourage. Got it. Upon hearing the word, Celis has like 1,000 thoughts that go through his head, then looks to the guards who appear to be doing okay, and is going to do his best to pretend like he didn't see shit. Well, sure is a nice night to not spot assassins.
Wait, he said that out loud?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
You all begin to walk forwards, and allow me to do something. I need a roll for our dear Sultan boy here. Because he does actually have this. Aha! Okay. As you all are being escorted and the palace doors are opening up, a few of the guards kind of begin to surround the Sultan. You guys are not able to really see him in. But Salus, this kind of menial servant kind of is walking alongside you and looks to you and quietly whispers to you. Are you alright, friend?
Salus is going to just go, oh, yeah, just thinking about a trip and all. Insight this guy?
Funny, because he was about to incite you.
Ah.
I mean, feel free to roll your insight first, though.
25.
He's actually trying to... He's basically trying to figure out if you are actually okay. Allow me to... are you still trying to keep calm and cool?
Yeah. He doesn't want to raise a fuss. This is...
I would say
The
roll
guards
me a
are.
deception check.
Yeah. Do it. That's 10.
10. Alright. I'm assuming a 15 will beat.
Well, you have the numbers, so yes.
Yep. He looks to you and goes, "You were worried about them." Kind of motion. He kind of silently lifts his finger up and kind of points like twice, like go up to the rooftops.
Salus would, I guess, respond to Draconic, like, wouldn't anyone else be concerned?
Under the normal stack, if this were back in the wartime, yes. But they are not enemies. They are merely acting as the desert hawks for the Great Sultan.
Okay. Alright. I was admittedly curious. Well, and concerned, obviously.
No, of course. You hear the word assassin, and well, the first thought would be, oh no, someone must be after the head of this country. But there is no need to worry, friend. The Assassin's Guild has sworn fealty to the Lord of these lands, especially after their defeat in the war.
Ah, I see.
Is all of this in Draconic?
Correct.
Okay.
You have no need to fear.
take your word for it then. And he'll just give like a nod. He's not. It's clear he's not fully convinced, but he's definitely been assuaged.
The menial servant gives you a smile with his white teeth and winks at you with his very clear blue eyes. And he just goes, "Pardon me, I am needed." And the servant just immediately turns a corner and disappears. About 2 minutes after his disappearance, the guards up front surrounding the Sultan kind of spread out. The Sultan's visible again.
Belky out punched Salus in the shoulder. What did you say to him that made him leave? What are you doing?
He was just a servant. He was going back to his job.
Oh, I thought the Sultan left.
No.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
I'd like to keep that in, just because.
No. If that's no. I misunderstood.
Eventually.
I told.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
No. Go
Belky.
ahead.
I told the Sultan that his mother was a hamster and his father smelled of
Oh,
elderberries.
of course. You know, Sully, this is the most I think I've ever seen you speak.
It's...
And to a Sultan, no less. She gives him a playful nudge. Proud of you.
I guess you're rubbing off on me a little bit. He still has that kind of like concerned look. He clearly, like, he's joking with you, but he's clearly lost in thought about something. It's nothing. I'm happy we'll be heading to the hotel soon. I'm bushed from pretty much this day's been a day. Let me just tell you.
Yeah, no, I hear you. So the Sultan is right beside us, right?
The Sultan is in front of you.
He's in front of us.
Yeah, he's at least a couple bodies ahead.
That's okay.
His guards.
Belky will say quietly to Salus, "Listen, I think, Rocksteady and I did a pretty good job, but did you notice the look he was giving me? And I don't mean that in a sexy kind of way. Like, I don't know. It didn't really seem like he was enjoying it as much as I'd hoped. Or, I don't know. Did I do something wrong?"
Are you close to the rest of the group?
She's speaking very quietly to Salus.
Okay.
Belky, I don't think you did anything wrong. You asked, you offered, he accepted, you played, and you were good from there. Honestly, if you did something wrong, we'd probably know it instead of wondering if we did something wrong. Know what I mean?
One would imagine they would have said something if I did.
Exactly.
But, still.
Plus, let's be real. You weren't exactly using your usual instrument, so...
It's a fucking axe. I couldn't bring it with me.
Exactly. Like, sitars are a fair bit different than what you're usually carrying around.
Yeah. But you gotta admit, Big Guy was real good.
Wow, he has picked it up so quickly.
He really did, yeah. I'm gonna ask him. It's bothering me. I gotta ask.
He seems personable enough. Maybe something to ask when he's about to leave and he's talking to us again. I wouldn't approach him while we are in transit, though.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not really used to playing for such bigwigs. Like, my big break was in front of all the founders of the school, and like that was something else. Kind of wish I could have seen them as dragons, but like, Speaking of, for half a second, I kind of thought that the Sultan was a dragon. Could you imagine? I don't know what I was thinking.
Silas currently has like a 100-yard stare just at nothing. Yeah.
What?
Nothing. Just thinking.
Uh-huh. You okay?
No, it's just reminded me of something. Listen, if there was something concrete, I'd let you know, but there's nothing. So, just a simple musing at the moment.
All right.
Just kind of like looking around and kind of taking everything in. Oh, and small thing in case you happen to notice it. If you happen to see individuals crossing the rooftops, don't worry about it.
I'm sorry, what?
Individuals crossing the rooftops.
Why
Apparently,
would- Why? What?
it's apparent. I spotted them earlier. It's apparently part of the Sultan's entourage. Just the the hidden parts. Makes sense to me, but
Oh, the ones we don't speak about. That makes sense.
so just if you see something, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's fair.
I think we can continue on.
Yes.
Okay. Inevitably, as you all are led through, you are given over to you reach your destination, which is this magnificent building. It's actually quite tall. It's a circular stone structure it's seemingly a tower, but with a front entrance that looks grandiose, carved stone steps, flanked by two kind of armatures of what appear to be sphinxes. There seems to be a doorman at the front. And above it, you all see this kind of carving of gold. It appears to be a beautiful woman, but instead of having arms, she has what appears to be falcon wings.
Oh.
Just kind of acting as this overlooking, kind of almost like a gargoyle, but without being gargoyle-ish. And written in Draconic, and also written in Common, you'll see the words, allow me to make sure that my spelling is correct. Ah, yes. Universal. The Sultan turns to you all and goes, I welcome you to stay within the Universal Motel. As you can see, the building itself can house quite a bit of an occupants. You all kind of look up and you realize this gigantic stone tower hotel seemingly is about 20 to 23 stories high. I bid you all a farewell. And once more, I welcome you to my homeland. The Sultan politely bows.
Hmm.
Salas will respond in Draconic and give a bow back. Thank you for your hospitality.
Daedalus will
The Sultan
also bow while trying to make as little direct eye contact as possible.
Understood.
Belky will bow, but when she stands up, she has a look of slight concern on her face. I didn't offend you, did I? I wasn't sure from the look you gave during the performance. If it wasn't to your liking, I apologize.
You say this to the Sultan?
Yeah.
The Sultan looks to you, Belk, and he goes, "You did not offend me at all. Your performance was quite lovely, my dear. I did not mean to offend if it looked like as if I was not enjoying it. I was reminiscing about an old time."
Something that upset you, sir?
Upset, not so much. Lingers in my mind, a bit. It was not too long ago that my country was involved and embroiled within a civil war. The
Civil War?
flames-
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yes. The insurgents led by a foolhardy man, Kasim. And I will spell that out for you. A foolish man who played with flames he could not control. I could not blame him, though. The fires of conflagration came for him. It was greater than what he could handle. And thus, the storms put out the fires of ambition.
You see Belky when he talked about the flames, Belky just went a little pale. Khalim wasn't a fire ganassi like I am, was he?
No, Kasim was a mortal man. Human.
Huh. Okay. Had me scared for a minute there. I apologize for the illusion during the performance. I was just going for a bit of flair, a bit of panache, and yeah.
The Sultan will acknowledge. And let me roll something. Not bad. Keep that in mind.
Keep what in mind?
Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
There is kind of just this moment where the Sultan just... He nods in acknowledgement and goes, "You have done nothing to offend me, my dear. I wish you all a good night." And he kind of just bows politely to you all and walks away with his entourage of guards. You all are left at the hotel where Professor Flametongue, as well as the twins, kind of just look to you all and go, "All right, class. We'll all be taking into rooms." And you all are brought into the lobby, where there seems to be plenty of bellhops, workers, kind of just getting luggages. And eventually, the professors go up to a man seemingly wearing a really beautiful kind of suit, actually, at the check-in. And they begin discussing something. Eventually, the gentleman kind of hands over a whole number of keys to the professors, and the professors each go to you all. All right, students, understand this. We will be having a few students at least stay in rooms together. There isn't enough rooms for everyone to have singulars.
I would
That is
also
all
like,
right.
if I can add something that would have happened between them getting the keys and the Sultan leaving.
Oh yes, by all means.
Yes, Daedalus would just pull on Goldblum's cloak. Goldblum, could I borrow your hands real quick?
Oh, sure.
Okay, he's just gonna hold your arms out straight and make sure your palms are up. And he's gonna walk in front of them, and then he is going to faint into your arms.
I thought for a second, Goldblum, can I borrow your hands? No, they're attached to me.
So yeah, so I think Daedalus will be rooming with Goldblum or whoever is willing to take the now fainted Daedalus.
I think it's safe to say Daedalus and Goldblum. I will ask this now. Is anyone wanting to room with another of your party? Or do you want a separate room?
I'm okay with whatever.
Same.
Okay. If that's the case, Belky, you'll be rooming with Iapetus.
Okay.
Salus, you'll be rooming with Endair.
Ah, score. Breakfast in the morning.
You all will be checked in. The front desk manager, you all will learn his name is Osiris. Seemingly is a Goliath, has a pair of glasses on him, kind of looks to you all and goes, "Welcome to the Universal Hotel. I hope you all enjoy your stay. Room service is available whenever you are guests, as per the order of the Lord of the Lands. Breakfast is served approximately at 7 o'clock in the morning and lasts until 10 o'clock.
Thank you kindly.
You are welcome, sir." And with that, you all are escorted up. Your luggage is carried by many of the hotel workers. Your weapons will also be handed back to you all. And you all check into your hotel rooms. The first thing to note is that these are not the rinky-dink hotel rooms you wouldn't know. This is... honestly, each and every room is a penthouse in and of itself. There is at least king-size beds in every room.
Oh my.
The bathrooms are well maintained, well ordered, well cleaned. And there's balconies for each of you to be able to go out on if you would so like for fresh air. The view of the entirety of the city is magnificent. And you'll notice that on the balconies, there seemingly are these wooden circular structures that happen to have water filled into them.
Huh.
It appears to be kind of like miniature pools. But maybe just not enough to go swimming in, but definitely to at least sit in. Looks like it could hold about 2 or 3 people in each.
Ah, so you can't sit far enough away from the other guy, so that's not gay.
Well, there is dividers,
Ah,
if you would request.
sorry, I just assumed they were hot tubs.
They kind of are. They're basically hot tubs. You have hot tubs in your fucking hotel rooms.
Nice.
The bathrooms are, well, absolutely magnificent, considering the fact that the tubs are a tub shower combination, and it looks like you could take a long rest in these fucking bathtubs. There is complimentary shampoos, conditioners, soaps, some that smell of wild saffron, some that smell of honey, lemongrass, some that smell of cinnamon. There's even these little kind of what seem to be organic balls with instructions to drop into the water when the water is warm.
Ooh, bath bombs.
Correct? So yes, you all have your hotel rooms, and I will say I will give you this all right now. You all will have a little bit of time to do whatever you want within your hotels, within the hotel rooms you are each assigned to. I will go by grouping, just to get things done. And if it's alright, I'd actually like to start with Daedalus and Bloom.
Well, the better question, has Daedalus revived, or has Goldboom tried to wake him up?
That's a good question. Goldblum, have you tried violently shaking the baby?
No.
Do not shake the baby.
Alright, you do not shake the baby, but do you wake him up?
Yes.
Yeah. Ah!
How do you wake him up?
Without shaking violently.
Alright, so shaking gently.
And then just, again, like coming out, come on. Oh, that was a tribulation. Oh, I hate it when nobles try to flex on other nobles. Oh.
Speaking of which, hey Daedalus,
Uh-huh.
you notice you're in a very, very opulent room.
Where are we?
In a fancy room.
Where's the fancy room?
Elton's Palace.
Oh!
Hotel.
Hotel.
Ah, okay, good, yes. I vaguely remember that.
These are new words to me.
Yes. In all honesty, I was almost fully disassociated by the time we left. I was trying so hard not to say a single word. You really don't want to get noticed by someone of a nobility far beyond your own, because then because when they take notice of you, they remember you in terms of assets and what you've done for them lately. And at the level of a sultan, which I assume is the level of a king and/or emperor, I don't need that for my family. I don't need that for my sister. I don't need that for me.
I'm just doing what I'm seeing. I'll be completely honest. I have no idea what's going on.
Fair. Also, next time we are literally in the house of the person who put an entire anti-magic field over a city because someone tried to cast magic and kill them in their house, maybe don't cast magic in their house.
Are we all together or are we separated?
You are all in your own hotel rooms.
Okay, so.
If you do want to meet up with any of your friends, I will not stop you, but I will be going through each group.
But yeah, Daedalus just says that to Goldblum.
Above game, were cantrips allowed?
Cantrips are allowed. However, the offensive style cantrips tend to be more There is kind of a little bit of a. I'm gonna give you this above game. Cantrips that don't cause damage or anything else, no problems so much. But cantrips that do cause damage, there will be a little bit of a pushback on them.
In my defense, I wasn't the first one to cast magic. I thought it'd be okay because it was harmless.
Well, I'm just operating on the no magic rule with the very scary Sultan man. There's a reason why I climbed down off of you and stopped talking for the entirety we were in his palace.
Oh, that's why.
Well, that, and also I learned a long time ago from having to deal with social functions of nobility. It's better if I just don't talk at all unless spoken to, because I always say the wrong thing and it usually gets me or my family into trouble.
That's a good point. A shot you don't take is a shot you don't shoot your friends with.
Yes.
Wait. I think that's the quote.
I mean, I never heard whatever quote it was. I assumed it was right to begin with, because you don't want to shoot your friends. Well, anyway, I don't really need this giant bed, so, I mean, I could trance in the closet and I'd be fine. This room is way too big. What are anyone supposed to do in a room this, a room this big?
Stretch. And Goldblum starts stretching.
I mean, fair. This is probably the first time in a while that you haven't had to worry about hitting your head on something.
I like it here.
It's a little dry for me. Also, the inability to cast magic and the constantly living in fear that if I manage to cast magic, someone might jail me at best, kill me at worst. Kind of not a fan.
I will say this, Goldblum and Daedalus, within your hotel room, you both are enjoying what appears to be a nice, cool, refreshing airflow within your hotel room. It's honestly, if I were to put it, the thermostat's set at like 70.
Wait a second.
I assume that's chill. Or
yeah.
Air.
We're using Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Daedalus is just going to be like, wait a second. He's just going to... He will walk. He will see the balcony. He will open it up and stand outside in the coastal desert night. How does it feel out there?
It feels comfortable.
I was suspecting this while looking at all of the, water and everything else. He walks back in. So, I actually really don't like this. It seems that the use of magic here is incredibly selective, and I think it's possibly being regularly altered. It should not be this warm at night, even this close to the coast. We were specifically warned about desert nights.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. I like the cold.
I thought you said you had sensitive nipples.
They prefer the cold.
I see.
Fucking hell.
You put the two guys who will just keep going until be told to stop, going. I think you might want to change to a never seen.
It was the fucking sensitive nipples that caught me off guard.
I know what Goldblum's based on. I know what Wiley likes to joke about. I am ready to throw a softball at him.
Just don't throw the nipples at me. I'm already going blind in my right eye.
You what?
It's okay, they'll grow back.
But yeah, you can move on to somewhere else unless Wiley has something he wants to do.
Yes, I will roll on before I need to roll for nipple damage. So, I think the next grouping we'll do is Belky and Iapetus. And because Iapetus is currently occupado, I will play the role of Iapetus.
It's okay. We can skip me.
Are you sure?
Yup.
Alright. We'll come back to you, though.
Okay. If Zaya ends up showing up, then we can. That's fine. If
Alright.
not, Belky took a nap.
Fair enough. And Dare and Salus. Y'all are in your hotel room. Shit's pretty tight. You got some really big beds. You got lots of blankets and covers. It's very well air conditioned in here. And there's even a little mini bar.
In Dare not knowing what to do with all this luxury, has basically set himself up at like a desk or a table or what have you. He's reached into his bag and he's pulled out 3 or 4 chests that he usually carries with him. And he has begun working and tinkering with Doppelwing's Righteous Fury to clean it, maintain it, so on and so forth.
All right.
Salas has walked to the balcony and is staring poignantly at the city. What do you make of this place, Indare?
Opulence is certainly a word that I would use.
Prosperous, thriving. Certainly does seem to be the place.
Seems like the more and more I go, the bigger and bigger things get, and the fancier and fancier things get. It's a little bit overwhelming.
Mm-hmm. Large, opulent, accommodating.
Yep.
Did I ever tell you what one of the things I came to Strixhaven for?
I don't think you have. Lay it on me. I'm all ears.
I'm here at this fine academy for 2 reasons. First is, my parents and I agreed that we needed a little bit of time. I need some time away from the family business for a bit, but I came for my own reasons as well, and that's the resources available. And he kind of walks on over and he pulls out a old tapestry that I don't think Indare has seen before. What do you make of this?
As he cracks open the weapon and pulls out 2 empty shells, he looks over at the tapestry. Do I need to make a roll or anything like that?
CG, is this the tapestry I think it is?
Yep.
And there I would say you could take a general look, but I would like CG to describe this tapestry.
The tapestry in question shows signs of prosperity. It shows signs of like some form of king bestowing boons and wisdom upon their subjects. The king in question has a radiant glow around him, and various scenes depict the management of the city that he was a part of. It's a bit obviously faded, and it looks like the tapestry itself has more that it could be, that it could show, but time has taken its toll. Some of it's ripped, some of it's torn. Some of it is just completely faded away.
Looks like the tale of a chief at his prime, taking care of the rest of his tribe, but it looks as though there are pieces missing, that his tale is being forgotten.
Well, it has a larger reach than it used to be, and Salus is going to take an opportunity to show off the golden wings that he occasionally manifests in battle. When I was adventuring, I came across this tapestry. It was a wonderful find, and I always loved looking at these sorts of things. But long after I encountered it, that's when my capabilities started to improve, enhance. Which left me wondering what this is, what it's about. This golden sage figure that I see on it. I don't know exactly everything, and obviously I'm reaching quite a fair bit, but given the nature of these, and he points to the wings, my working theory is that this golden sage was in some way, shape, or form draconic in nature.
Potentially. Could also be somewhat celestial in nature.
See, I thought that at first. It's not discredited. But again, the only thing I have to go on is the nature of these wings in particular. If they were celestial, why would they not be, feathered in traditional celestial wings? Why of this more reptilian nature? It's these questions that kept me up at night, kept me wondering about this golden sage. Now, here we are in this land. Prosperous, thriving, accommodating for all sizes, speaking draconic. Parallels are there, and it's scratching my brain quite a bit to see them.
You think that there might be some kind of a hint or some kind of that this might mean something to your tale, or there might be some piece of information left to uncover here.
Could be both, could be neither. I could just be reading into things. But the fact that there even is a connection, even if coincidental, is enough to get my gander up. Suppose I am I am my parents' child after all. Smell a good mystery and it gets me excited. But I don't know. I'm hoping that this dig might provide answers, or at least some form of direction as well.
I do hope that you find the answers that you seek. I mean, this trip has already been so fortuitous. Back home, I've only ever heard of 3 dragons in the entire of existence. And here, whew.
Yeah, back
We've met
home you've heard
8 so far?
you've got quite the roster growing. Pretty soon you're gonna have to learn the secret handshake.
He reaches out and he plucks up a dragon's fang as he looks it over. Yeah, funny that.
Yeah, I do suppose that one's a bit of an outlier for us, isn't it?
He gives a bit of a nod.
Still. I mean, grand as they are, they're also prone to being just absolute knobheads at the end of the day. Why did this one think that he could just kind of waltz in on the school and give himself a name like that?
He gives a little bit of a shrug. I mean, from what I've seen, dragons are prideful creatures.
I guess that's fair.
You do always have to be careful about somebody that gives themselves a name or a title. It's really, really arrogant.
I have to imagine that even in the best of case, you're gonna hurt their feelings, and in the worst of case, they're going to hurt you. Provided how strong they are and how well they think they deserve that ego.
He nods a bit. You know, up until that point, I'd never seen like I said, I'd never seen a green dragon before. Hell, I didn't even know that a green dragon existed. Apart from that one 5-headed dragon that likes to stare in at work.
5-headed dragon. That sounds really uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a big red one, and it has 5 heads: green, white, red, black, and blue. But I keep getting told that she's under a house arrest and not to go near that particular window.
Salis kind of gives a look. And it's just like, so you're told not to interact with this 5-headed dragon. I'm surprised that you have adhered to that.
I mean, are you going to disobey Frank whenever Frank tells you not to do something?
No, I suppose that's a good point. At that
I mean,
point, it just feels like what I know about you and the idea I have about you.
Well, I know my limits. And as much as I like to go beyond them, I still know that there are some lines that you're not meant to cross.
Amen to that. And I don't know what's going on with that, but my instincts are telling me that that's probably not something that's worth investigating or even remotely getting tethered to.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree with that. Looking at the tapestry, is there anything that I might glean from it that hasn't already been spoken about?
And dare I would say, roll me an investigation.
12.
Nothing that you can see, really. There's some symbols here and there, but none of it makes any sense.
These symbols right here are interesting.
Oh? Something catching your eye?
I don't know what they mean, but these draw out to me.
Writing, perhaps? I've always written it off as some form of writing, but I never could figure out what it was supposed to represent.
Could be. Maybe some kind of a comprehending spell might be able to help out with that.
I admit, that particular spell is a little out of my zone, but then again, we know someone who's gone through a fair bit of languages themselves.
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe I'll Maybe I'll ask him later. Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of individuals to regularly look out for, uh, Salas is going to bring out, because he did mention that he was bringing them, Streak and Cooper, who I imagine have been cramped up, and he knows they're pent up because they were his company while they were on the
Streak
phone.
is not having a good time.
He is.
As soon as you open that bag, Streak leaps out and kind of grabs onto your face, going, "Wee!"
He is not a cat.
Oh, that's right. He's not a cat.
Nope. I intentionally changed him over to, I think, a snake, as they would be more comfortable in the desert environment.
All right. Well, then allow me to replace that. Streak slithers on out and kind of just starts doing the whole snaky shaky flop, 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 flop on the bed thing, going, "Ah!" You hear him literally go, "Ah!" Meanwhile, Cooper. Yep. 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 Yep.
Hey, sorry guys, but it kind of had to be done. Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll make it up to you. We've got ourselves a nice hot tub.
You kind of, you see Cooper actually eyeing this little stand over by the entrance to your doorway, and he kind of runs over, and he starts messing with a kind of sealed bag, kind of tears into it, and you watch as he starts rubbing, like spilling all these kind of beans onto the table, and he starts just rubbing his back, like he's on his back, kind of rubbing and going, "Yep, yep, 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 yep."
Well, hey! And he's just like, mess with the stuff in the hotel. It's not us. Hey,
Yeah.
and he just kind of wrangles him a little bit.
Yep, yep.
What exactly are the beans that this creature's messing with? Are they fragrant or are
They are
they?
very fragrant,
Mm.
roasted.
I hope they taste good, otherwise they might be bad dates.
Cooper, meanwhile, tongue sticking out, eyes going in two different directions. Yep.
Oh, what do we have here? Looks like, I'm guessing these are like complimentary nuts almost.
Would you like to read the bag that Cooper
Sure.
has torn into? You read in common, Kalimshan coffee beans.
Ah. Hey, hey, and there, want one more for your little recipe book?
Always.
And he kind of like, he takes it and he takes the bag and he uses mending on it as he puts the beans back together. He takes a few out just for the sake of, because Cooper was particularly interested in them. And he's going to take a handful for himself and for Cooper, and then he's going to toss the bag on over to Indare. And he's just be like, how about a local specialty?
This seems like this seems up Ieptis's alley, but we can do this as well. Dare say I certainly hope that Daedalus doesn't get a hold of something like this.
Oh boy. He kind of like he looks out a little bit. I don't even know what to make of that. I think we were honestly lucky that he got distracted with some nonsense. He was really in a way when we had that encounter. or before we had that encounter.
That entire section is kind of a blur.
I won't go into it because I feel like it's we've been going into it quite a fair bit recently, but
Yeah, we've had that conversation.
yeah, old ground and whatnot. Still, uh, might be. I'm actually gonna take a look, see if I can scrounge up some more complimentary delicacies or anything else in the hotel room. I'm just gonna kind of look around the place, maybe,
I mean,
and then probably he'll also take a turn in the hot tub.
Of course. I would say if you're looking for anything within the hotel room for a complimentary, I will give you a rundown of everything that is within your room.
Okay.
This is in everybody's room. There is a free complimentary bag of Callum Shan coffee beans. There is a roaster. There is everything needed to make Callum Shan coffee. Think of Arabica bean coffee, but much darker, more refined in the roast. There is a mini bar that is filled with small, kind of decanters of water that is ice cold, some juice, and for those that are looking for a little bit more on the stronger side, there is 2 bottles, well, 2 kind of half bottle sizes of wine.
Wow, so you literally can't get drunk at this mini bar. That's sad.
Allow me to explain, but there is more. You will have many complimentary towels, soaps, shampoos, conditioners. You have bed and bathrobes, of which are formed of some of the softest silks that the land has to offer. Thread count being in the thousands. There is plenty of how do I put it? There's complimentary slippers for everybody. There is blankets, there is towels. There is also bath bombs, as stated before. You will also notice that on the dresser between both beds, there is what appears to be a sending stone that has a couple minor carvings etched into it, and what appears to be a directory kind of a directory board built into the nightstand that allows you to call for specific things. Call hotel cleaning, room service, the front desk, security, and so on and so forth.
Oh, hey, we got wine. Oh, wait, it's the mini bar. It probably costs like 1,000 gold. Ugh. Puts it back.
it's not on our dime.
Looks back, slowly takes it back out. Wait. I mean, I'm not one to partake, but I get the feeling that a certain well-to-do cook could make some appreciation of it.
Oh my, yes. Cooking, there's so many things that can be done with a very good wine.
Just don't get too far gone on your own supply, figuring out how good it's useful for. And he just hands in there a bottle.
You see, I happen to have a handy haversack and these chests which make food not go bad. So I think that we can clean the room of everything that's, not nailed down. That's, of course, we're able to take.
Of course. I mean,
Smile.
listen, if they're complimentary, we just compliment them on the things they've offered us when we take them.
Exactly.
I guess we cleaned the place out of all the complimentary shit.
Yeah, I figured you guys were gonna basically take everything.
Everything into the handy haversack.
All right, basically just add entire hotel complimentaries.
I honestly thought that meeting with the Sultan was going to go a lot worse than how it went.
What were you expecting?
Well, he tilts his head side to side a little bit. I thought somebody in our group was going to make a faux pas of some kind.
That's actually a good point. I think Belky did all right, but that's, truth be told, I think Daedalus was the odd man out there.
Daedalus was abnormally quiet, but
Exactly.
kind of makes sense. I mean, he's the one him and Iapetus are the ones that are most aware of this kind of thing.
I guess that's true. They would grow up on very similar background to this. I was, truth be told, I was out of my depth, so I kept my trap shut the most I could.
Did you take notice of some of the things that was happening?
A few things. What in particular, though?
Mm-hmm.
I mostly caught that the Sultan was being shadowed when he was traveling with us.
Shadowed how?
Well, he had his entourage of guards that we all and all of the people could see, and then he had a few entourage that were following above, if you catch my meaning. Caught me the hell off guard, but apparently the guards were aware of their presence, so... I mean, when you see something like that, that could go one of two ways, and I'm thankful it went the good way.
Makes sense. I mean, a wise chief always has those in the tribe that handle the threats that are the most apparent, and then he has somebody that handles the threats that are less noticeable.
Mm-hmm. What else were you referring to, though?
The Sultan used one of his servants as a guinea pig when we were in there.
That's right, you offered something, didn't you?
He gives a nod. Do you remember what he mentioned in passing?
What did he say?
His muses?
Can't quite remember.
He said his muses are ill, that they're under the weather. And he reaches into his belt pouch and he produces a couple of the lesser restoration candies.
Ah, you clever dog. I'm sorry, clever cat.
He gives a little bit of a smirk. So while Belky was having her performance, I reached out to one of the guards. I spoke to them. I'm like, hey, here's the deal. I know that you're not super fond of magic in this particular kingdom, but these candies are infused with white magic, I wanted to offer them as a gift in return for the Sultan's generosity. Given that his muses are ill, I wanted to not make a public display of it so that they could be taken and properly investigated to confirm that they are on the up and up before they are given to the Sultan. And of course, he promptly used them on a servant before he himself tried one and
As you do.
confirmed. And I assume that after that, the rest of them are probably currently being applied to the Sultan's muses as we speak.
And there. You are an absolute. What's the word?
Opportunist?
No, I was going for something a little more complimentary. That's too on the nose. You are an absolute savant when it comes to making connections.
He gives a little bit of a nod. Hey, do what I can. These connections, I've always been taught the importance of making a good first impression. But at the same time, always being wary. Because as my father always said, the bigger the smile, the sharper the knife.
Merchant's wisdom.
Exactly.
Now, I don't know about you, but this might be a particular bit of wisdom that he may or may not have shared with you, and I'm sure even if he didn't, this is something that you've taken away. And he grabs a few of the coffee beans, and he goes, always be sure to sample your own product.
Quality control and all that.
Exactly. How about a cup?
Sure. I'll make something special with it. Although I imagine that once we sink into those beds, we're not going anywhere for quite a while, though.
Oh, absolutely not. I've been sleeping on hammocks and hard floors for the past 3 days. You think I'm kidding up for anything other than the field trip?
Sounds about right. Come on, I'll make you a cup. And Dare will go ahead and make coffee using these coffee beans.
Alrighty. You will begin to roast your coffee. Before we continue any further, I believe now would be a good time to take a bio break.
Oh boy.
Works for me.
We will be back, folks.
Dear Lord, I am so used to playing the Chatterbox. Playing the socially aware for the first time in his life Chatterbox was one of the most painful things ever.
Welcome to hell!
Must keep your mouth shut.
But anyways, I hope y'all are enjoying today's session. I'm going to go and get me probably another bowl of that chili.
I'm getting me a slice of pie.
Ooh, pie. Good choice.
Be right back.
Oh. Just a second here. Let's see. I will say, if you're still with us, Wiley, oh, thank you. I needed that moment of levity. I have missed him.
Okay,
Ah,
I will curse you in return.
I'm sure you will. You always do. But I still love you.
Curse.
But yeah, no, this has been super well needed. I am. Oh, you son of a bitch!
Ah, yes, that picture.
dear Lord. You want to know what's scary? Both those pictures, when I shared them, I noticed that there was a trend. That is still the most famous tweet I have. Every so often, I have not ever reshared it, retweeted, or anything else. People still find it. It is now 3 to 4 years old, and I'll get some random scaly liking or commenting on it, being like, I would.
Yep.
I'm just like, oh. The eyes of God have turned from man. Oh, but how are you guys doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Fine. I'm glad you've been able to stream some more lately, Bob. I don't know why. My brain was like, you can't remember your friend's name. How dare you?
Yeah, things have been a little bit more open as of late. I've had a lot more time in my hands.
Awesome. Also, how's the Maelstrom been doing? I know you're on season 2 now.
Indeed. We're on season 2. We've been going for a couple months. People are just now starting to expand out and explore. We haven't had as far as I know, we haven't had a player death yet. And our highest level people are, I believe, up to level 5 at this point.
Ooh.
All the way up to level 1.
Has anyone gotten as close to death as I have?
I mean, there have been plenty of people that have gone down, gotten close. I think you're the only one that's made a deal not to die. Rumpy got shot out of a cannon 6,000 feet in the air, and if he didn't figure out what to do, he was going to die on impact.
Impact.
No,
Shrugs and
TNA.
air ganassi. Genasi.
I was gonna say something, now my brain is just not working. Yeah.
I had a hell of a lethal combat the other day.
Ooh.
Folks were heading into Juan's area, and within like the first 3 rounds of combat, there was one person dead, one person down. The next round, I killed somebody else. By the end of that fight, the fight was like 6 rounds long, 2 fatalities, one person making death saves. It was nasty.
What did I walk back in on?
We were
Talking
discussing
about
Maelstrom.
Maelstrom?
Yeah. But now that you're back, CG, I'm finally gonna use the bathroom.
Sounds pretty brutal.
Mm-hmm. Not the most brutal fight I've had this week.
Do tell. Oh wait, actually don't.
I can't. All I'll say is hashtag and still the eternal.
Mm-hmm.
That was fucking close though.
I was so impressed with you guys too. Very good ship.
Mm-hmm.
I return.
Welcome back.
Though I will say, I know you're doing level 20 characters for Festive Fantasy this year. I will be doing something similar soon, though I can't talk about it until it actually gets properly announced. But I can talk about the broad strokes, where I spent most of this week preparing everything I could for a level 17 character, with up to 4 magic items that had no limit on rarity. So I'm playing a 17th level warlock with a spell save of 22.
Nice.
Oh, you want to know how high my spell attack is? Because that's even higher. Well, not higher than the number, but higher than it should be, at 16. I literally have to roll a 1 to not hit most things.
Sounds nice.
A return with Ass Blast Chili.
Welcome back.
Meanwhile, I munch on banana cream pie.
Ooh, not bad.
To be fair, it's turkey chili, so it's good for you, but it'll also clean you out.
Isn't that what good chili's supposed to do?
Mm-hmm.
The trick is, does it make you regret blowing you out?
We'll find out.
Yeah, that's the thing about chili. It's never, is it good? It's, is it worth it?
Because I like to spice mine up.
I will say that we don't really do chili well at our household. I know this because the people who cook it are not particular spice fiends, and in particular, my father has this exceedingly strange way of eating chili. He loves it to death, loves the chili to death. The chili is very tepid by chili standards, and then he takes literally half a sleeve of saltines per bowl, crunches them up, and dumps them in the chili.
That's too much.
So, here's the thing. I do like adding saltines to my chili. Because it actually, it gives it a nice little bit of texture and stuff.
I can take it or leave it.
No, I'm also not exaggerating. Literally a half a sleeve is more cracker than broth. Like there's no broth left. Yeah.
Yeah, that man's making hellfire stew with fucking hardtack.
He ain't making hellfire anything.
This is already hot. The sour cream mellows it out, so it has like a slight warm mouthfeel. But my love poured red pepper flakes and cayenne on it.
Ooh, yummy.
I'm like, no, thank you. I don't want my ass to pucker when it comes out the other end.
See, I don't really have a lot of problem with that. I tend to have a pretty iron stomach when it comes to most things, except for, like, one thing. If I have not had vegetable pizza in a long period, and then I have it again, that's no good for the CG's tummy. I don't know why.
Ooh.
I can't explain it. It's just the strangest thing.
That being
What was it you can't have again?
It's like veggie pizza, the broccoli ranch cheddar.
That sounds terrible.
No, it's amazing.
Eh. I like my veggies, don't get me wrong, but like not on pizza.
Well, I mean, it's not a marinara, which is, you know, it's a ranch base.
Yeah.
Personally, when it comes to pizza, I'm usually just either a pepperoni and Italian sausage. However, if I can, a perfect pizza for me is lots of pepperoni, ground Italian sausage, peppers and onions, and stuffed crust.
Funny you mention pizza.
Ooh.
I ordered pizza yesterday, and apparently I got a new delivery person, so they grabbed the wrong box. They grabbed the wrong bag on the way for delivery. I got two Frankenstein's creations of pizzas.
Okay.
Okay, hold up.
What do you have?
One was extra mozzarella, beef, chicken, pepperoni, and a ranch base. I didn't know you could have a ranch base on fucking pizza.
Ugh.
Yep.
The other was bacon, pepperoni, and pineapple.
Okay. That sounds like most of a Hawaiian.
Yeah, that sounds like a normal Hawaiian to me.
I thought Hawaiian was supposed to have ham.
Ham. Hawaiian has ham.
It is.
I mean,
But
bacon is technically ham, but
that's what I was going to say, is bacon is filling in that slot, and it sounds like they just threw in pepperoni on top of it, which is also, you know, pig.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not bad, though. That second one sounds good. The first one, I'm kind of wondering what the hell.
Yeah, that one's real weird.
It wasn't even good ranch either.
Oh no.
It was that.
That's a sin.
It's that cheap restaurant kind of like hot wing kind of ranch.
Oh, that.
Oh god, that shit is awful.
No. I like the pizza that I make from scratch,
Hmm.
but if I'm getting pizza from somewhere, I'm getting a Supreme.
See, I can't really do onions. Peppers I can take once in a while. They're not my favorite, but I can deal with them.
Aw. Onions
No,
are
no.
great.
Peppers are great. They're just they are a sometime thing. Okay, I will throw in a caveat.
Mm-hmm.
Green peppers I'm not a fan of. I like red peppers a lot better. Roasted red peppers, oh, give me that every day.
I'm not partial in particular to one way or the other. Peppers taste great. Though, if you put ham on my Supreme, I will be upset. I don't like ham on my pizza.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Suchi. I've never had a problem with different peppers because technically they all taste the same to me.
They do not.
They
They do
don't.
to me.
I will also throw out that a pepper that is roasted and a pepper that is raw are two completely different animals.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there is a difference.
Hmm.
I would also like to ask, I think we have everybody here. Are we ready to jump back in?
Sure.
Are we missing Wiley still?
I was checking because he typically just mutes.
How
I never
Alec?
left.
Oh,
Holy shit! Wiley lives.
Hey!
Why would I leave? I never leave.
Wiley just sits in the back and vibes.
Yeah.
He's like the meme of they don't know, but instead it's they all know and they're my friends.
Yes.
But that being said, yeah, I guess I will throw us back on over to the screen. So Frost, please take us away.
All right. Well, we return back. Hello, everybody. Hope you all enjoying this session tonight.
Hello.
Mm-hmm.
howdy.
We return back. Now, before we get to the coffee roasting, there is something I would like to do. A scene I'd like to set up while this is all taking place.
Okay.
Belky,
Shit. What?
you said you were asleep in your hotel room, yes?
Yeah, since Zai isn't here, Belky went and took a nap. Everything was a little stressful.
I'll say Iapetus is taking a nice bubble bath.
Okay.
There's a vibration and ringing in your room. Like you can hear a
Eyebrow twitch. Rolls over. What is that? Just getting up, stretching. Alright. What is it? What is this thing? Where is it at? Just
It's
searching
next
around
to
the
your
room.
bed. It's a well carved out stone next to a directory that's vibrating currently.
I know what a sending stone is, right?
Oh yeah.
I pick it up. Hello.
Excuse me, is this room? And kind of look, you hear a pause. Is this room 1446?
Is it?
It is.
Yeah, this is Belky Karst. How can I help you?
Ah, my apologies, Miss Karst. I do believe that you might be in possession of a key for one of the other rooms. If you would please bring it down to the main foyer.
The key. I only have the key to my room.
Are you sure, madam?
I should be. Yeah, hold on. I'll be down. I put the rock down and I head over to the front desk with my room key.
All right. Belky, you get onto this elevator that takes you down to the lobby, and as the door opens, you kind of make your way towards the front desk. And currently sitting, well, not sitting, but more standing and kind of writing down some notes into a few ledgers and everything else is the lobby manager, Horace.
Mm-hmm.
The Goliath is currently just writing down some stuff. He has not noticed you yet.
Hi. Hey.
He stops and he looks up. Ah, madam. A
Yeah.
pleasure to see you.
Hi. Yeah. Y'all woke me up from a nap. Can I help you with something, or can I get back to that?
I am terribly sorry, madam. I do believe, I believe you might be in possession of a key that belongs to another room.
This is the one that you personally handed to me.
I am. Oh, I see. And he kind of takes the key and he goes, "You do not possess another key upon you, do you?"
Belky will pat herself down, turn out her pockets. There's nothing there.
Belky, as you turn out your front right pocket, a key comes out.
The hell? I'll pick it up and look at it and pass it to him. I don't know how this got in here.
He takes the key and he goes, "It is alright, madam. It's completely fine. You are alright. I thank you very much for your service, and whoops, your table is waiting for you."
What? No, man, I just want to go back and take a nap. What?
Your table within the private dining.
I'm sorry? What do you mean?
Your guest is currently waiting for you at the reservation.
Just slow blink at him. Okay. Can I have the key to my room?
Of course, madam. And he hands over the key immediately.
Thanks. Where is this private room?
The room would be located within a. He points over towards the towards an opening that has kind of this sign out front that says dining lounge.
Okay. All right. Do I look all right?
Madam, you look exquisite.
Oh, you're just very sweet. Thank you. And she tries to touch up her. Huh?
He smiles.
Aw. She tries to touch up her hair a little bit, make sure it's actually in the flame-like mohawk thing that she has going on, and she makes her way to where she was told someone was waiting for her.
Yes. You make your way.
Making my way downtown. No.
Walking fast, and face is fast.
Well, she's walking at a normal speed. Okay.
You enter into this lobby. Well, into this dining facility. There's plenty of tables. There's a couple people that are sitting at the bar. Not too many. In fact, it kind of looks a little bit barren, say for a few guests at the bar and the barkeep. A waiter here and there attending one or two tables where there's at least maybe like 2 or 3 people. Over towards the corner, however, there's kind of a table that's looks like it could seat 2. But there's only one person there.
Okay.
There is currently seated at this table. It appears to be a man.
Okay.
This man, as you take a closer look at him, kind of is. He's definitely humanoid, but not human in the slightest.
So he got like a hood up or something?
No, he's actually wearing what appears to be some. Basically a suit, almost. And
Okay. What is
apparently
he?
He, as you take a closer look, appears to be a GIF.
Huh. Yeah, Belky will walk over, and as she's approaching, she'll reach out and touch the empty chair and say with a smile, "Hey, mind if I have a seat?"
By all means. And he kind of just gestures to the seat.
Belky sits down and relaxes back in the chair. Is there anybody who's like taking orders and whatnot for drinks?
A waiter does come up to the
Yeah.
table and asks, "Is there anything I can get for you folks?"
Yeah, can I get a wine, please? Something nice and dark.
Of course, we can get you a Calliope Red.
Thank you, sweetheart.
And for you, sir? Just water for me. Actually, no. Make that a tea.
Oh, tea. Anything in particular?
Earl Grey.
Just kind of expecting maybe a hibiscus or something from like that from you. I don't know. Then again, I believe this is the first time we've met.
It most certainly is.
Mm-hmm. So, are you one of my dad's followers, or?
I would rather be dead than ever be that four-armed fuck serpent's follower.
There's just a blank stare blinking at him. Oh, you know my dad.
Yes, I am very familiar with
Oh.
my dear brother.
What?
Do you say this out loud?
Yes. Just a little too loud. What?
Keep your voice down, dear. It's uncouth of you.
What are you doing here?
Meeting my niece for the first time.
Uh-huh. I'm guessing the gith is a ruse.
It is one of many forms I can.
Yep. Dad's like that too.
am
Though I
well
can't
aware.
say I've ever seen him without the disguise. So,
Pray that you never do.
how bad could it be?
You wouldn't like it.
Well,
Like you wouldn't like looking at me if I were to show what I like.
well, you know how it is. Princes of Hell tend to be like that.
If only we were princes.
Seemed like it from stories, at least from what you can find in libraries and whatnot.
The
Though-
highest that anyone can get is an archduke, without getting to the actual king of hell.
Well, shows what I know. Pops didn't really like to go in detail.
Of course. He's ashamed.
Uh-huh.
You can only wallow in degeneracy for so long.
I mean, degeneracy's kind of nice if you give it a try. And she gives a big smile.
I did,
Uh-huh.
and it got all of us banished.
Well, clearly you weren't having the right kind of degeneracy. Because, yeah. So, are you Uncle Zartuk? Or,
I am. But you can call me Uncle Zorro.
okay, Uncle Z?
No, yes, you're definitely my brother's crotch swell.
Have you met my mother?
No.
Yeah, well, they make kind of a fiery pairs from what I hear.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. No, so, I was told never to come in contact with either of you two. So, what are you doing here?
First and foremost, I'm actually completely shocked that my brother has more brains in the bigger head of his than he does in the more serpentine head.
Yeah, I don't need to talk about my dad's junk. Yeah. So, hi.
Greetings.
Yeah.
Eventually, a waiter does come by and kind of gives you both your drinks. Thank you, my dear. You are free. Is there anything you want to order? No.
No, thanks.
One sec. So, dear niece, how have you been?
I mean, just Belky's fine. And she takes a sip of her drink. No, I kind of figured if I ever met any of you, it'd be the whole like fire and brimstone kind of thing. But no, you're actually kind of chill. Like,
I would hope so, considering we're trying to keep a very low profile.
well, all the same. Dad keeps a low profile in a high profile kind of way. So,
Yes, I'm very familiar with my brother's moronic actions.
Listen, you say that like you hate him or something.
I kinda do.
Why?
If you were related to him in the way I am, and your other uncle, you would understand.
Well, call me ignorant and fill me in.
My dear, that is a story that you do not have enough lifetimes for.
Well, we're here for God knows how long. And I just played a whole musical ensemble for the Sultan. So today couldn't really get much weirder. You might as well tell me whatever it is you want to tell me. Though, honestly, I'm down for whatever, I guess.
Sultan.
Uh-huh.
You played for the Sultan Khalid.
Yeah. That man is hot.
My dear, please do not think with your inhibitions.
She just looks at him and drinks her wine. Dad's kid, remember?
Yes, but I speak from a more logical standpoint.
Yeah, but logic and all that isn't always fun. What's
No.
fun is getting to know the guy a little bit better. Unfortunately, given the way that he reacted, that's not likely to happen.
Well, of course. The man is still reeling from the fact that the Civil War only ended a few months ago.
Civil War.
Yes. Are you familiar with the events that transpired here?
Not really, no.
To make a long story short, an insurgency rose up almost out of nowhere. The leader of the insurgency, a man by the name of Qasim, thought he could overtake the Sultan Khalid. He was horrifically mistaken. And of course, he paid the price. His employer paid the bigger price.
Yeah, the Sultan mentioned he was a human.
Yes, Qasim was human.
Uh-huh.
Qasim's benefactor was not.
As it tends to be, yeah. Devil?
Ifriti.
Oh. Now it's starting to dawn on Belky. That explains why he looked like that. Great.
Yes. You're fine, though. He took no offense to your actions. I would assume that all
No,
was good.
I mean, this is gonna sound really silly. So something funny happened on the way over. I won't bore you with the details, but long story short, I thought the Sultan was a dragon, like in disguise, like you are, but like One, that's not possible. That would have been a blue dragon. You can't do that.
He is.
Huh?
He is a blue dragon.
That's not possible.
And how would it not be possible?
Chromatic dragons can't do that.
Under the normal circumstances, yes. But if you involve a magical item that can transmogrify a person's physical appearance into, say, a mortal shell,
Huh. Really?
the pendant around his neck,
Huh. Neat.
it's a necklace of mortality. Creates a mortal shell, lets him hide who he is.
I mean, that's really cool, though. But Sultan aside, and despite the fact that is really fucking cool, can I help you with something, Uncle?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, huh?
See, about a few weeks ago, I got a letter from your father.
That's not good.
No, normally I just brush off at any attempt at communication between him as nothing more than stupid banter.
Oh, come on, he's not that bad.
Again, you're not related in the sense of brotherhood.
No, but I'm his kid. Like, you can't get a whole lot more blood related than that.
You're half of his blood. The other half is the smarter half.
Yeah, well, listen. Listen. Alright? Like, he's not as bad as you think he is.
No, he's trying to make up for past sins, and I will respect him and his choices. But, back to the topic at hand.
Yeah.
I got a letter from him concerning the fact that an item was found at your school that belonged to me.
Yeah, that was supposed to be sent back to you. Like,
It was,
uh-huh.
except it never came.
What?
The letter was sent to let me know that I was supposed to have my staff back. What I get is an elaborate duplicate.
I mean, some of my friends touched it and they went a little weird. I touched it and nothing happened. So, like, pretty sure it was the real McCoy. Dad wouldn't even touch it.
I know he wouldn't touch it because it's not designed for him to touch.
I mean, it's
Each
also
of our
not designed.
items of power are designed only for us.
Yeah, no, I know. And Belky gestures to the scar on her face. I'm aware.
So again, my staff's not with me.
Yeah,
It was at your school,
uh-huh.
and it's not with me, but they say it was sent.
Look, Uncle Z, I don't know what to tell you. Dad would have shipped it off with the best of intentions. It's not like he would have fucking kept it. If he wouldn't touch it, he certainly wouldn't keep it.
Oh, I'm very well familiar. So I began launching a few inquiries of my own. I've had a few of my people go to your school to sniff around.
Your people? Who is your people?
You don't... And he looks to you. Very straight-faced.
Mm-hmm.
You're not known as the Archivist of Hell without having a few connections to individuals who have studied lifetimes.
Wait, so you've got a cult too?
Very selective cult.
Why does everybody have a cult? What is it? What's the appeal of a cult? At least with Dad, it's groupies. You have perks with groupies. You don't have perks with the cultists. Come on, let's be real.
Oh yes, perks. Chlamydia, syphilis, and whatnot.
Yeah, well, when you're made of literal hellfire, it doesn't really affect you quite as much, now does it?
Oh great, magical gonorrhea. Anyways. What I come to notice was that one of my people tells me of a organization that was using my staff.
Using it?
Yes, you apparently ran into a group that managed to wield it.
Yeah, yet another cult. Again, not so many perks. Lots of in the shadows, not great fashion sense, masks, the whole 9 yards. I don't get it.
Belky, what mask?
They had masks on.
What kind of mask?
Belky will describe exactly what the masks look like and the people that she fought with to get the staff back.
Your uncle kind of puts his fingers to his lips as you describe this.
Mm.
I see.
So, can you fill me in on who exactly is part of your like little circle of people at my school in case I need to get in touch with you for whatever reason?
No.
Why? You're my uncle. What about
Yes.
family reunion? And she smiles.
I'd rather get my wings ripped off and force-fed to me.
You have wings?
I do.
Dad doesn't have wings, does he? Does he have wings?
No.
Ah, damn it. I want wings. That would have been fucking cool.
Flight is a fun thing.
Yeah, I imagine. Not had the opportunity.
Anyway.
What do you look like? Like, give me a rough, like, paint me a picture. What, like, I'm not asking you to obviously, reveal yourself and cause a fucking panic, but like, explain this to me.
Belky, focus.
Yeah, okay, fine. What?
The people you've described to me, if they are who I think they are, you and your friends
Yeah.
might be dealing with a group that I thought extinct.
Uh-huh.
The Sanguinaria.
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 Sanguinaria. Okay, so like sangria. Okay, got it. Oh, come on, Uncle Z. Come on. And she reaches over and just gives him a gentle, like, push on his shoulder. Come on.
You watch as he just, with a flick of his wrist, casts prestidigitation
For what?
on where you touched him.
Oh! Uncle Z, you're kind of a bitch.
I'm the one with brains in the family.
There's nothing on my hands. Literally, there is nothing.
Anyways. Normally, I would never ask this of family because I normally want to keep as far away from my family as possible.
Why do you feel that way, my guy? Like, I understand the whole wanderlust and going out into the world, but like, you don't have to hate your family.
I have plenty of reason to hate my family.
Well, what did I do to you?
You? Nothing.
Well then, why can't we be family? I would honestly rather we get along and have at least that kind of relationship than whatever the hell is going on between you and my dad. Because, like, mutual respect and that kind of thing. I dig that. That's cool. That's like, I'm for that. Like, if you need a favor, I'll try and help you out as best I can. Same with, like, yeah, that's family.
Alright. Here's how we can start building the relationship.
Sure.
I want you to be on the lookout.
I tend to try to be, considering there's fuck knows what at the school.
I want you to be on the lookout for any member or potential member of the sanguinary cult.
Okay. How do you want me to get that back to you? Because, like, I have sending. I don't know if it'll work given the whole disguise.
I will handle that. Basically, he kind of reaches into his suit and he pulls out from it a small little note. And he slides it across the table.
I look at him and reach over and take it. I mean, a sending stone would have worked better, but... And then she looks down and reads it.
Belky,
Uh-huh.
you read an address, and as you flip over, a library card.
A library card. Huh. For the school?
Nope,
Uh-huh.
for Calumport.
Calumport? Okay. So you're based here, Uncle Z?
One of.
Okay.
I like this place. It's nice.
It is kind of nice, yeah.
The
I like the
water's
heat.
fresh.
The water? I mean,
Yes.
yeah, I guess.
But anyways, all I want you to do is keep watch of things. If you believe or suspect something, you send a letter to the library here. I will have one of my people grab it.
All right. But, like... Well, sending works on Dad, so... It should work on you, even with this... Belky gestures at him. This. I can just tell you, you know that, right?
You could. My only concern is there is a high probability any communication that isn't unmagically linked, or that is magically linked, I should say, is being tapped into.
You can do that?
Of course you can.
I don't know how this shit works. I'm a bard. I'm not a wizard. Listen, magic just kind of flows through me when I'm doing my thing. Like that's just kind of how it goes. Whereas if you're talking about my friends, they do the whole wizard shtick, and it's all study and writing
Good.
shit down, and yeah, that's their thing.
At least the arts are being carried out the right way.
I mean, you say that. However, think about how fast it takes for something to get from across the ocean to here. By the time it reaches you, you realize either I could be dead, my friends could be dead, or this cult could have taken over the school. Like, there's that.
Precautions are necessary, my dear.
How is it? You can shoot down a pigeon with a note. You can have a fucking mail person read your letters. Like, what precaution?
Belky, I want you to understand that they are in the possession of my staff.
Yes, I
That
understand
weapon
that.
is capable of putting an entire city off the face of the planet.
Yeah.
This cult was thought to have been wiped out 400 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And yet, they still live.
To be fair, you, Dad, and your other brother also live. And
Yes,
you guys kind of went poof.
because
so.
we made sure to cover our tracks.
Oh. All the same.
The fact that we didn't even know that this cult still existed is a problem.
Yeah. Listen, I can absolutely work with you on getting rid of this cult, because, like, they fucked with my friends, they fucked with my school, and apparently they fucked with my uncle as well. So, I don't know who is responsible for this, but I'm gonna find out.
Good.
Listen,
That's the
can-
spirit.
can like I send like a code word, like something like that, where they don't really know what the fuck I'm talking about? For sending's 25 words.
All right. You want a code word?
Sure.
We'll have a code. Checkout.
We're going to check out, or something like that.
Give me. All you need to say is in the message. I'd like to check out the Inferno.
That's a good one. I'd like to check out the Inferno.
Yes, it's one of my favorite poems.
Oh, is it? What's the book? I'll have to look it up.
Oh, it's about some pathetic mortal soul goes down and walks through all 9 layers of hell.
Huh. Couldn't say I know what hell looks like, nor the realm of fire, so...
You never want to.
I mean, you guys had a good time there.
No. No, we didn't.
Really?
I digress.
I mean, well, like, okay, so I'm curious about you, though. Like, because obviously this is the first time meeting you, and Dad said, hey, whatever happens, if you see my brothers, hear about my brothers, catch a whiff of my brothers, turn around the other way. And, you know, far be it from me to be rude when you've clearly set up this elaborate thing to come and meet me. So, like, I'd like to get to know you.
Maybe over time. Right now, though.
Do I have cousins? Do you have kids?
No.
Really?
Yes, I see no point in procreation.
Oh my god, really? Not even on accident?
No.
There's just this look of disappointment on Belky's face. Like, how can you not?
Sex never really was my thing.
I mean, that's fair. A couple of my friends are like that.
Good. They live good lives.
Hey! I live a pretty good life too, my guy. Okay, what do you do for fun? Is it reading?
Yes. A good book.
Is that it?
There are other things. You'll learn in time.
Alright. Fair enough. But yeah, I'll send you a message. Are you gonna be here in Calimport?
For about a month's worth of time.
Alright. So we're gonna be heading back long before then. We're checking out the dig site.
Ooh, dig site. Which dig
Yeah.
site?
I explain about the dig site. Remember?
Dig site within the Kalim Desert. Probably heading towards, not into the plain of stone spiders, not marching mountains. Have fun with that. That's all.
Yeah, I was planning on it. The archaeology is more my buddy Sully's shtick. He really likes that kind of thing. Honestly, I don't mind. Digging around in the sand isn't really my thing, but like, if it makes him happy. Have you been in Calimport long enough that you know like the history and shit that's going on here? And were you here for the Civil War?
I was a passive observer.
Yeah, you didn't strike me as somebody who'd be like in the thick of it.
The smart ones are never in the thick of it. You have about 5 people in front of you before you have to get involved. And I never did.
No, fair enough. I'm glad it didn't come to that, for what it's worth.
Of course. They'd both be dead.
Both who? The Sultan and the Afridi?
Correct.
Why would you do that?
Why wouldn't I?
I mean, they're not hurting you.
Exactly. They're not hurting me, so I didn't have to.
Yeah, fair. So, is this like a vow of secrecy kind of thing? Can I tell my friends, like, at least we have another ally on our side or something? Like, obviously, I'm not going to mention who it is.
I see no problem with this, and of course, you will need to build up your allies. So, I have no problem. Just
Gods know I. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just promise me one thing.
If it's within my power.
I most certainly would hope this is in your power.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be like your father.
How's that? I like my dad.
Your father is a complete moron in many ways. I would hope that you are at least the one outlier that is smarter than him.
Okay, but why do you think my dad's a moron?
And he kind of just takes a deep breath, puts his hands together. Child.
Is it just because, you know, he lives a wild and outrageous lifestyle? Because, like, it's kind of my thing, too.
No. There's hope.
Okay, but what do you have against Dad? Like...
The same thing I have against my other brother.
Uh-huh.
We all fell for the same damn con.
Which is?
Our current predicaments.
Being stuck here on the prime material plane?
More than just that.
That's literally the extent of what I know about it. Dad's stuck here on the prime material plane.
We are lucky that we are only here and not back upon the tides.
You mean in hell?
Yes.
Why is that?
Hell took a lot from us.
Why are you guys even up here anyway? Like, I would have thought you guys had a...
story for another time, my dear. A story, I'm afraid, we do not have time for.
Fair
You
enough.
watch as he kind of sets the tea cup down.
Hmm.
Anyways, I must go. I have a thesis I must craft.
All
And
right.
you have a fun little trip.
Yeah. Belky will stand up and offer a hand to him.
Will politely take your hand, and he will shake it.
She will very gently shake his hand. She's not going to, like, crush his knuckles or anything like that, but she will politely shake his hand. To hopefully, you know, a nice relationship with family.
I would hope so as well.
Good. Maybe one day I can see your library. It sounds really cool.
It's a nice place.
I
Honestly,
like nice places.
you're already proving to be a much greater individual.
I don't know about that one. Dad's pretty cool. But I'll take care of what you said, Uncle Z. And you be safe where you're heading, wherever it is you're heading to.
Of course. Oh, and my dearest niece.
Yes.
He looks to you. May I offer you one piece of advice?
Yeah, anything.
Don't think about riding the dragon.
What? No. Okay. Listen. Leave me alone in what it is I do in my free time, okay?
I have higher expectations for you than I do your imbecile father.
Yeah, well, it's not like I can get close to a Sultan anyway. So... how the fuck would I even get back into the palace? Like, I don't have an invite. I can't just show up and go, hey man, let's bang. Like...
You see as he kind of just rolls his eyes and goes, goodbye, Mr. Mouse."
Bye, Uncle Z. And she'll finish her wine and head back to her room.
Alrighty. Belky, you head back to your room.
Yes.
You go back to sleep. You get some much needed rest.
Still angry I can't bang the dragon. But she will write down the just the expression without any context or anything, so that she would have it for later in case she forgets when she's asleep.
Alrighty. I will say with that, the rest of y'all get to enjoy your minor activities before you head to bed. You will gain the benefit of a long rest. And of course, you will wake up fresh and renewed.
So here's a question. How much damage do we do to Goldblum and Daedalus' room trying to figure out how to make the coffee roast?
Well, that's a simple thing I can answer. Allow me to ask you a question.
Do you
Would
use
you like to
fireball?
roll an Would you like to roll an intelligence? The two of you.
Wiley, you down to clown?
Let's do it.
Yeah, I've been
Oh.
rolling like that all night. That checks.
Oh boy.
I'm waiting to see when Wiley's procs on my screen.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Oh no, it's a 7 and a 4.
we literally are Zoolandering this.
I swear to God. Y'all will be the death of me one day.
The funniest part is we never even checked for the beans. We might just try to figure out what the roaster was.
Yeah, I'm going to say this. You don't know what the fuck you were doing. You just put water in it and let it sit there.
Now, CG. Or, not CG, JIT. Hey, folks. I'm tired.
It's okay.
I'm tired. I'm Dad.
Hi, I'm CG.
Now, Produce Flame can be used offensively, but it's mostly a light source. Right?
Yes.
mostly a
what
utility
are you getting
spell.
at?
We don't need a roaster, we can just use actual fire, right?
Oh
Are you seriously going to produce flame in your hotel room?
Well, it depends, what do we need to roast?
Coffee.
I
I mean, I'll
will.
just have it in my hand.
I will throw out.
no! Oh no!
I will throw out that magic is not looked upon well.
Oh boy.
Well, you also remember, Daedalus discovered that selectively magic is not looked upon well because there's a whole lot of magic in this city making it much nicer than it regularly is.
Nah, fuck it, we ball. Do it.
I mean,
Pull
Belky
the trigger.
used Minor Illusion, I used Enhance, like, as long as it's harmless.
It's an enhance spell.
You know what's the sad part about all of this?
Hmm?
In my head, I am actually visualizing me with my fucking DM art, currently just sitting there with a bottle of fucking whiskey in one hand, as your characters are all just, like, in the background. Fucking Daedalus and Goldblum, just, you know, like, Goldblum's holding a literal thing of fire. Daedalus is,
Wait.
like, kind of, like, taking and disassembling this goddamn, like, roaster. Fucking Salus is just... Salus and Iapetus are both kind of just looking on in horror. Belky is just, like, passed out somewhere on the fucking ground, and Endair's just, like... I don't know, fucking, like... sunglasses holding a wad of cash.
No,
looking
no, no,
at it
he's
like
just going-
This is a fucking bet.
No, he's just going ooga chaka at this because he recognizes two cavemen.
Wait, I have a tinder box, we can just use that.
To start the fire. We don't know how we're supposed to use the thing for roasting. Wiley,
Please.
for reference, you know what? How they make coffee in like Common Rider build? That's how we're trying to do this because we don't have like a regular like coffee machine.
So
Belky and Dare are taking bets on how much damage is going to get done.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like
So what-
It's the fucking meme of The Simpsons with the two monkeys that have the knife, except they're both like with a coffee roaster in between them, and the rest of the party is just like circling around them with the cash in hand.
Well, I was more imagining the meme of Mom's Not Home, two guys with sunglasses slamming the oven and the trombone.
Okay, so what happens?
Good question. Allow me to answer that. I'm just going to. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just roll something real quick. Okay, it's not bad. You guys just basically tinker with this damn thing. You just boil water.
I would have laughed like hell if you triggered the anti-fire suppression system, and everybody got
Pray
drenched.
to God we do not get that.
Well, no, if that happened, Daedalus would immediately do what comes to mind, which is use one of his always prepared spells, Frost Fingers.
You know, it's sad that I was expecting Mind Sliver.
I mean, that's a cantrip. I wouldn't call it a spell. But yeah, no, I guess. So we survived the morning.
Yes. You just have a thing that had boiled water in it that is now probably cooled. Because it was into the night.
Oh, hey Goldblum. There's a bag here. Do you think we should take it?
Sure.
Okay.
Why not?
I'm gonna add a bag of coffee to my inventory, and we will head down to the lobby.
Give me a second. Ow. I accidentally hit my head.
Oh.
It's
How's the
fine.
desk?
Non-existent. I wish I had a desk. Anyways, I love you all. Never change. Please never change.
But then my clothes will get stinky.
Prestidigitation, forehead.
I don't have that.
You have a wizard.
I don't have that. You need to understand,
Own you?
Daedalus is completely utilitarian, so all of his cantrips do one specific thing, except for one that he was born with.
Anyways,
Alright. You all wake up. It is morning. You are all led down into the complimentary breakfast bar. Boy howdy, is there a lot of breakfast. Pancakes, waffles, falafels. You have meats, cheeses, juice. Juice as far as the eye can see. Every kind of fruit that exists, there's a juice of it.
Daedalus
I will
gets
partake in delicious juice then.
Alright, Sal's confirmed juicing.
Mimosa, please.
Belky, confirmed crunk.
Daedalus
Not
gets
crunk. I had
Getting
a glass
crunk.
of wine yesterday.
You're getting
now-
crunk.
You don't get crunk on fucking mimosas.
Sure,
Not with that
champagne's-
attitude.
I mean, champagne's too light. If you getting crunk on mimosas, you have a
You
problem.
can't get. I am not our dear sweet friend Lejake. I'm sorry. My
Anyway,
constitution's an 18. God damn it.
I was about to say, but yes. Partake of the breakfast. It's quite delicious. It's refreshing. It tastes nice. You even have some smoothies.
Daedalus will get a smoothie, mostly just because he is also looking somewhat bloated. He might have eaten more than you also have ever seen him eat in one sitting the other night.
I'm just imagining him just shoveling everything in like a goblin.
No, he was doing everything very, very politely. It's just, you remember, Daedalus does two things. He eats with one hand, so he can always do something with the other. And it's usually, he eats something that has high protein and will get him through a day. You've never seen him eat 2 meals at once.
Sounds like me.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, after breakfast is over, can we like head back to one of your all's rooms for a chat?
If we have time.
Why?
Uh,
Yeah, they might honestly shoo us out here straight to the
Well,
dig
then-
site.
then tell him you gotta take care of something. I don't fucking know. Or we can grab our breakfast and go and chat now if you want. Something occurred last night that I'd rather not talk about quite so openly.
Sure.
Daedalus just looks at his one cup of smoothie. Okay, we can walk and talk.
You met somebody cute, didn't you?
Oh, I wish. Oh God, pussycat, I wish. No, unfortunately. Yeah. We'll head back to somebody's room then, I guess.
What? Daedalus will offer up their room, if only just for the reactions.
Cool. While everybody is talking, I am cleaning Daedalus's room out.
Oh no.
The toiletries! They took
Specs-
on the toiletries!
Spec, what the fuck did you do? What
couldn't-
happened to this room?
We couldn't figure out how to make this thing work! We're not
It's
alchemists!
heavy.
Oh! Oh, that's what the bag was for!
Yeah.
Oh,
You
so
put it in this part here. That's the grinder, and then you pour the water in here, and it burns through, and it bubbles away, and it
remember,
God damn it!
I am
Spec,
I am
you are
out
the
I am out
dumbest.
I am outlawed from having coffee. How would I know how it's made?
You are the dumbest intellectual I have ever fucking met.
I get that a lot. So, what do you need to talk about?
Okay, so, how to put this delicately? Probably can't. Right. So do you remember the cult back at the school?
Daedalus hit you with the most deadpan stare you have ever gotten from him? Yes.
Okay, so, yeah, I met somebody last night who is, aware of said cult, and, they are an ally to us and a very powerful one at that. They want us to keep them up to date with that sort of thing, because the cult has taken something of extreme, and I want to emphasize, extremely dangerous magic that could level an entire city if used incorrectly.
I mean, even more than
Again?
that.
Yeah, again.
Even more than that, soul destroying staff.
It's the soul destroying staff. It is the soul destroying staff.
But we sent that thing away.
What? No. No,
Yeah.
at this point, Daedalus literally has hands on both your shoulders. Elaborate!
I cannot. All I can say is, said powerful source obviously cannot get into the school. But when we find out where the fuck it is, I am supposed to send a code word to them to let them know that, hey, we found the fucking thing. So, like, it's still at the fucking school.
Okay, okay, one second. He's just gonna walk on over just a few feet away. He's gonna put a hand to his temple, and he's just gonna
Oh,
go...
also,
Hmm?
also the Sultan is the black or the blue dragon that we saw. He actually is for real that blue dragon.
I will process that
Silas.
later. 1 second.
Silas, can you hold this chest for me real quick?
Okay, go ahead. Stay there before this.
While you're having this conversation and there's just in the background, Silas, can you hold this chest for me open real quick?
Sure. Got it. Opens it up.
And Dare is cleaning out the mini fridge of Daedalus's room.
No.
What
This
the
you need to
fuck are
angle it
you
like
doing,
this way.
Pussycat?
Okay, yeah. While this is going on, Daedalus has tuned out. He's immediately being like, Perdix, could you open a line to Professor Naylock very quickly? With it the most urgency. Red alert. Let him know.
Opening communications channel.
I will say this because this may change. This may change Daedalus's response.
Mm-hmm.
So while this is going on and we're cleaning everything out, Salas just kind of looks up and goes, "Faculty was in charge of that, right? Getting the staff back."
Specifically,
Yeah, listen.
specifically, Professor Morg. I do remember. That's actually why I'm doing a thing right now. I imagine he's on hold.
So it might be more, but it also might be that they're implicit.
Either way, it needs to be reported and people to possibly be investigated. We'll look into that. But again,
okay, but Specs. And Belky will grab him by the shoulders now. If you go telling people that, listen, the staff were in charge of the staff. Ironically enough, they were in charge of that. It fucked up. It didn't go where it was supposed to. We don't know who we can trust.
I would think it's the person who would have destroyed the staff and then was also not on the same plane of reality for 2 weeks because he could not destroy the staff would be the best person to tell about this.
Okay, but like, we can't tell the teachers. Okay, I'll give you a pass on the tin can, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fine, but we can't tell the other fucking teachers. We don't know who to trust.
I'm not telling the other teachers. I can only directly talk to him.
Okay, but the only person else that I would probably say we could trust is Shrub, because bro has been like the biggest bro. Like, he has bailed us out of so much shit. But like, I kind of fucking hate Nylock.
To be
so
fair,
like, there's that. Yes.
I also think Shrub is not involved, mostly because he's a plant and these people are obscenely fascinated with blood, which he does not have.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
And
also, the fucking cult is called the Sanguinius Club cult thing.
Sanguinary.
Whatever. Sanguinary.
I'm really
Fuck
sorry.
those guys.
Hey, and Dare, you missed a bar of soap over here.
Ah, thank you.
Do you guys need...
Anyway.
Well, while this is happening, this will be the one thing that distracts him while he's waiting to get a connection through. Just be like, do you guys really need towels? Like, we have better towels at home. I can have my parents send us some.
Now
Eventually,
connecting.
Daedalus, you get a connection.
Ah, great.
And you hear the sound of what appears to be like machine work, and also what sounds like a
Professor!
a whirling sound.
Professor, this is urgent.
Yes, what is this? Hello, hold on, verifying. And you just you just hear like the most 8-bit soundtrack you've ever heard, and then it's just like Scarab 334486122. Perdix. Okay. Hello, Daedalus. Is it? Yes?
Sir, the staff is still at the school. It never left. The cult probably has it.
Hold on 1 second.
Cue mechanical screaming.
Let me rectify this. Daedalus instantly explodes.
Yep.
What?
Give me 1 second. Let me confirm my source real quick. What should I tell him to say to confirm that this is good information?
Take my word for it.
Belky's...
Like, I know it's gonna sound really bad. I have a source that I cannot disclose right now.
Is according to a source that literally they cannot disclose, meaning someone very powerful told them this.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Daedalus knows how to selectively say things.
Who is confirming this? The whirring has stopped.
Just fucking say it's me. I don't fucking care. He hates my guts anyway.
Belky Karst has confirmed this.
Daedalus?
We about to get a visit from him, man.
No magic.
You see Perdix actually
What's
kind
that?
of... You see Perdix actually kind of move a bit of your clothing a bit, and a projection of Nailok's face is currently in your room. It is about 10 feet tall by 10 feet wide, and it's just glaring, going, you what?
Can everybody hear this?
You are looking at the
Yes,
projection.
but can we hear him as well?
Yes.
I was about to say, Daedalus will literally just turn to Belky, do the Will Smith hands, elaborate.
I cannot disclose my source, but the staff never made it to where it was supposed to go. So it's still in the school. Dad never touched it. I can promise you that, because certain things would have happened if Dad had touched it. He didn't touch it. It didn't go where it was supposed to go.
Excuse me for 1 second.
Please, go ahead.
From what I heard, what was it? Fucking Morg was the one who had it last. Is that what you said, Specs? He was in charge of it?
He was the person who sent us on and stayed in the area where the staff was. Yes.
Okay. That's all I know.
You see Naylock just immediately go, hold on line.
Okay. Daedalus just crosses his arms like,
Rocksteady, can you lock the door in case somebody tries to get us?
I'll lock the door in case someone tries to get us.
Thank you!
Dare's gone, by the way.
Fucking cat!
No, I'm
The
just
passive 14, would I notice?
I think everyone's passive is higher than 11, so we would have all noticed it.
Yeah.
As soon as Naylock started to show up, Dare slid under the bed.
Okay,
So
okay.
he's in the room!
He just baseball slid under the bed.
Oh my god, Dare. I love this bastard cat.
Well,
You all see the projection of Naylock return with Morg and going,
Oh no.
yes, how can I help you? Morg!
Why are we here? Why are we seeing
And
this?
you actually see the projection kind of just staring at Morg deathly and going, you alcoholic, worthless, organic piece of shit! What did I do? The staff, Morg! What staff? Is the faculty? The staff, you absolute shitheel! The staff of Zortok! What about it? Where is it? It was sent back! No, it wasn't! What do you mean? Morg, I swear I will literally reach through dimensional space! I will grab you by your non-existent testicles, and I will show you what hell looks like!
Shit, I didn't want to know about my professors.
can I do one quick thing before you go full on with the rest of this bit? Daedalus is just going to lean over to Belky and be like, oh, so this is what it's like when parents fight.
I wouldn't know. Dad didn't stick around.
My parents actually had a very healthy relationship.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Give me a second. I actually have an insult that needs to be generated real quick.
No,
Because
honey.
Morg is currently just, like, looking in on at horror going, what do you mean the staff was not... Morg. The staff is not there anymore. Listen to me, you pole-proportioned dendrophile. You absolute bitch boy. I'm going to take your fucking swand, shove it in between your polished fingernails. I'm going to take a literal rope, hang you by your fucking feet until gravity takes hold of your alcoholic skull and pops it like a zit.
Well, shit.
I see. Find it.
It's supposed to be at the school. Daedalus will just pop up,
It's
pipe up
at
at
the
that point.
school, yeah.
And the
Yeah.
image of Morg disappears.
I imagine
There
just
is no
that whole-
breathing from Nihilok because, robot can't
Yeah.
breathe, but you do see, like,
The puff up.
metal cannot conform a face, but you can definitely tell that there is anger.
Well, Professor, I continue to do my job
Uh-oh.
of finding out
I
things.
think my headset died.
Oh, you're
Oh
fine.
no.
1 second. God damn it.
That whole thing is going on. Meanwhile, in the back, Salas is just very slowly dropping a bag of coffee.
Into the haversack.
Yeah. Should I come back for this? No.
I just can't wait for Zai's reaction to all of this because they're still hearing this. They're trying to follow the stream as much as they can. But next week they'll be like,
Poor Zai.
they'll be like, so you work for this guy now? Yeah, no, it's pretty great.
Almost like something out of a horror movie. Indare reaches out from under the bed, grabs Salus's ankle, pulls him down and under the bed too.
God. It's terrifying.
I always knew this would be how I die.
Oh fuck, it's the Bagman again!
Waxit, no!
I'm with.
No! I've always sought restitution in sleep. How can a bed kill me?
Y'all, you don't get it. Well,
A
first of all,
Murphy
go,
bed could.
go ahead with your scene in there.
That's basically that's it. I'm just
Oh.
grabbing Salus and pulling him under the bed too to get him the hell out of the line of view.
Guys, you don't get it. I'm a lawful good rogue. I have the opportunity to burgle for once.
Fair.
We can burgle
It's free!
after he's gone.
It's free, though. You're not actually burgling. They gave it to you.
That's the point. That's also the joke.
Also, Wiley, please insert some Goldblum into this because all he has done is lock the door, turn around, and give a thumbs up.
He gives another thumbs
Eventually,
up.
your professor just immediately goes, okay. My circuits are cooling down. Miscast.
Yeah?
Naylock turns. The eye is not red, it is green.
Uh-huh.
You did good.
Thank you?
You're welcome.
Yeah. Is there something we can do? We're away from the school right now. We're on the field trip. Like, we're not there.
I understand this, and hence why I'm going to say, enjoy your field trip. I'm going to rip this school apart until that stuff is found. And then, I'm going to give your Professor Morg a botched circumcision.
I don't need to know about my professor's junk, man.
This is the most
But,
animated.
like... Sorry, go ahead.
Dale just leans over. This is the most animated I've ever seen him. Honestly, the fact he said that you did good, that's... Let's just let this end.
Yeah, I suppose so. So have a safe pillage, Professor.
For everyone's sake, I hope it is a good one. Enjoy your studies. Enjoy your trip. Do not cause an international incident.
Daedalus
And
always
let
stands up
me
straighter.
bang.
That's the feed.
I was about to say,
Sweat's an archaeologist.
certain somebody wouldn't let me bang the dragon, so you know.
The what? Oh, wait, yeah, you said it was a
Nothing,
dragon. No, you said
yeah.
it was a dragon. Now I remember.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. Well, no, the founders can do it. Okay, so dragons just become people. Okay. There's a lot I don't know.
It's a magical thing. But yeah, no, that was the dragon.
Yeah.
Did you guys know?
About the dragon?
'Cause I didn't know. Someone had to tell me.
Not really. I mostly was just doing the thing where I made sure a very powerful noble didn't know what I was doing, so they wouldn't try to leverage me against other nobles. You know that thing they do?
No one
Yeah, you didn't
No.
say a damn thing, did you?
had any confirmation otherwise.
And yeah,
Did you get grabbed by the bagman? Are you okay down there, Sully?
It's dark in here.
Where is the cat?
Not here.
I look under the bed.
Oh,
Come on, cat's out of the bag. Let's go. Come on, guys.
Is it
Rolls
gone?
out.
Roll for. I think you might need a roll.
well, actually, no.
to see if you
Here's the question: with your horns, can you actually roll with like being flat on your back?
Clonky, 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 clonk.
It sounds like clip clop.
I always sound like Clip Clop. I have the clippy.
Wait, you have hooves? That's something none of us have ever known.
You have hooves?
Have you? I mean, you guys have never. All of my shots in the art are chest up, so yeah, I've got
How
hooves.
the fuck would we know?
Yeah, literally, you never told Bun, so the one time Bun drew your feet, they gave you regular feet.
Goat legs.
I-
Woo.
Go. Yeah, he does have hooves. It just fucking never came up. Never needed to.
Oh, this has been a great session. I love it.
And I'm going to end this session with two things.
Hmm.
First, there's a knocking on the door, and you just hear housekeeping. And second,
Blah.
I will just say this.
Yes.
We didn't know because it didn't behoove CG to deliver that.
Shut up!
Okay, I'm gonna start through this.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Hey!
God damn it, I'm married to this too.
Yes,
Shit.
you
I
are.
prefer-
Your fucking problem.
I prefer to think that that the housekeeping was a giant Loxodon man.
Yes.
Okay,
Housekeeping.
CG, we let them restock the rooms and we steal everything again.
Man.
God
We are
damn.
going to be the barons of soap.
Anyways, thank you all for tonight. This is the end of the session.
Yay!
Oh,
Congratulations! You got dinner, you got a show, you got dire warnings, and now you got a professor who's probably going to be going to jail for slaughter.
But I didn't get to bang the dragon! I'm the
didn't-
horny bard!
I didn't get to watch Belky bang the dragon.
What?
CJ Frost, someone was looking out for me. Somebody had my back.
Meanwhile, Daedalus, the dragon doesn't know my name or know I exist. I have one.
I don't need that fucking Scry Hub shit. Just
Right up.
Cry. Oh my god.
All right. I guess we should start going around the horn then.
Mhm.
Jesus Christ, you people.
I love you.
You degenerate.
Yep.
I married you.
J Frost, why don't you
Hey.
go first because you need to rest.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Twitch, Twitter, JFrost747. Find me on Sundays, Tuesdays, twitch.tv/BurningTart, or Shuttered Sun, Rascals in Replica, where I play with some goons. Here, every other Saturday, where I play with these goons and degenerates. I love you all. I really do. You are gonna be the death of me one day.
Yep.
But that's it for me. Hey, honey, next.
Yes?
You. Go.
Oh, okay. It's I, Spoiled Chestnut. You can find me nowhere but here, and maybe sometimes, possibly, on as the disembodied voice in the background of J Frost streams, telling him, "Honey, you need to go to bed. Honey, you got to do the dishes. What the fuck are you doing?" That would be me.
Why can't I
Otherwise,
bang the dragon?
yes. Why didn't you let me bang the dragon? I'm the horny blonde. Anyway. Yeah, you can basically just find me here and there, and that's it. Wiley, go.
Well, you can find me on twitch.tv/xwiley on Mondays. And on Tuesdays, in Firing Tart's channel, where we play Ravnica. Helix Sucks' channel on Thursdays, every other week. And on YouTube and Ko-Fi at Wiley Willy. Bob. Can we find you? What are all of the various things that you do?
Yes, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Shadow Dancer Bob. Watch me play Culineer as Indare. Watch me play D&D in various forms all across the internet. That is it for me. Cardboard cutout Zymocyte. Where can people not find you?
Well, you can find Zy over at their channel, twitch.tv/Zymocyte. You can also find them on Instagram at Zyminess, as well as on Blue Sky at Zymocyte as well, where they do a whole bunch of things like playing through some more Resident Evil with going through the more recent remakes like 4, as well as playing through Onimusha, as well as doing a bit of Street Fighter on Friday. So if you like all of that, I highly recommend you should check out their channel. They do a lot of hard work to put out all their stuff. They also have a YouTube for Zymocyte, so check that out.
Hi, I'm Zymocyte. There, that's my cardboard Zymocyte impression.
Well, that's funny because you're also the second to last person, CG, so you should chill.
Hi, I'm the CG. Don't care about social media. It seems like it's the best thing nowadays, anyways. You can find me on other D&D channels, specifically twitch.tv/fightingtart, or War of the Shattered Sun, as previously mentioned. You can also find us coming December for Festive Fantasy. This year, we are going to be level 20, and I'm gearing up, baby. That's it for me.
All right, well, to finish this all off, you have already found me here at twitch.tv/BurnoutVaughn. You can find me on YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, as well as Patreon at BurnoutVaughn/BurnoutsBar, where, oh boy, we've got a lot going on. I should also point out, there's a poll currently up on the Patreon to figure out what we will do for our next homebrew tier reward. Got several things from different campaigns that we played on this channel, from the Fell Starborn Patron Warlock to the Fell Starborn Machine Patron Warlock, I'm sorry, to the Fiendish Hutmaster Ranger, and also the Baba Yaga's Chosen Fighter. So, if any of those sound fun from the games that you've watched, please let me know, so that way I know which stuff I have to get formatted, so that way I can give it to you as a reward. Aside from that, coming up, our next stream will be Wizard Sibs Plays, where me and Zai play as our characters from this game as we possibly finish up My Friendly Neighborhood. We're at the quasi-medium point. It depends on how fast we are and how much we get attacked. But besides that, then next Saturday, we have No Love War Extra with Zako Duo, where we go through AI, the Somnium Files, the Nirvana Initiative, and that game finds new ways to break me every time. Every time. Every time. And we're going to raid someone we don't typically raid, but they're online, so I'm going to have fun, like, throwing this stuff their way. Bromad the Nomad.
Bromad is good bean.
The goodest dog.
Yeah, what should our message be? We have a lot.
Bang the dragon.
You know what?
I have hooves?
No, I have hooves. I love that.
Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Exactly. Thank you all for coming out. We will see you in 2 weeks' time. We love you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.